Ravenswood jolted upright in her satin-lined bed, her heart pounding like a war drum against her ribs. Moonlight spilled through the lattice windows of Blackthorn Manor, illuminating swirling motes of dust that danced in the chill air. Sweat clung to her brow, and the echo of her own ragged breaths filled the cavernous chamber. Shadows writhed at the corners of her vision-fragmented faces, twisted in silent screams, a crackling fire that leapt with unnatural hunger, and the soft, insistent whisper, "Remember me, remember me." Her silk nightgown, once pure ivory, clung damply to her skin. Somewhere beyond the heavy oak door, the grandfather clock struck 3, each toll a grim reminder that dawn was still hours away. Illyra pressed trembling fingers against her temples, trying to banish the remnants of that horrific dream. She had seen Lady Celeste once more, the seventh bride of House Ravenswood, her eyes vacant, lips stained with blood. In her dream, Celeste had reached out from the grave, clutching a withered lily, an echo of the curse that had haunted 9 generations of brides. A soft knock at the door made Illyra start. "Illyra," came the hushed voice of Rowan Blackthorn, her husband's cousin and silent guardian since the night she arrived. He pushed the door open, slipping inside like a shadow. His dark hair was mussed, and his grey cloak trailed behind him. "Forgive me," he whispered, drawing close. "I heard you cry out." He knelt beside the bed and offered a flask of warm tea, its steam swirling between them. She accepted it with a trembling hand. The liquid was sweet with honey and a hint of mint, but the comfort it promised felt distant. Rowan rested a firm hand on her shoulder. "These walls have ears," he murmured. "And eyes." His gaze flicked toward the tall mirrors and the paintings of ancestral brides lining the paneled walls. "But I am here." Illyra swallowed the tea, drawing strength from his presence. "It felt so real," she admitted, voice barely above a whisper. "I was in the lily garden again," and she paused, staring into the teacup. "And she was there, watching. She beckoned me to follow." Rowan's jaw clenched. "The garden at midnight is off limits. You know the stories, Celeste's wraith is bound to the lilies she once adored in life. They say her spirit lingers, seeking a way to break the curse." He let his words hang in the quiet space between them. Outside, a distant wind rattled the glass. Illyra set the cup aside. "I can't stay hidden forever," she insisted. "To break this nightmare, I must find the truth." Her green eyes glowed with fierce determination, though dread lurked beneath. "I must see the manor through her eyes." Rowan knelt and took her hands in his. "Tomorrow, at sunrise, you will join the morning ritual. Your aunt-in-law, Lady Isolde, will guide you through every step. You must stay strong mentally and physically. And I will be there." He paused. "But tonight, rest. I will remain until dawn breaks." He rose, straightening his cloak, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Illyra watched him go, his silhouette swallowed by the darkness of the hallway. She lay back against the pillows, staring at the ceiling where the shadows seemed to pulse with life. Minutes later, exhaustion claimed her, and her eyelids fluttered shut. Yet sleep offered no reprieve. She dreamed again of the white lilies, petals slick with dew, or was it something darker? And felt cold fingers trail along her arm. A soft lament echoed all around, "Illyra, help me find peace." With a gasp, she woke again, her hands slick with perspiration. Dawn was creeping over the horizon, gilding the stained glass windows with pale gold. Summoning every ounce of will, Illyra swung her legs over the side of the bed. The cool stone floor sent a shiver up her spine. Gathering her nightgown, she slipped on the slippers embroidered with the Ravenswood sigil, a raven entwined with a ghostly vine. She opened the door and found Rowan in the corridor, standing guard with a lantern. His eyes softened when he saw her. "Good morning," he said quietly, though his tone betrayed his concern. "Lady Isolde awaits you in the East Wing. She has prepared your ceremonial robes." Illyra nodded, smoothing the folds of her nightgown. Each movement felt deliberate, weighted by the promise of tradition and the undercurrent of dread. As they walked the labyrinthine corridors, tapestries depicting the 9 brides of House Ravenswood loomed overhead. Each portrait showed a woman in bridal finery, serene smiles frozen in oil and canvas, yet their eyes lacked life. 4 of them bore lilies in their hands, a 5th held a cryptic locket, the 6th wore a veil that obscured her face, the 7th Celeste stared directly at Illyra, as though aware of her presence. Rowan cleared his throat. "These halls test everyone who crosses them. Fear can twist reality until you forget who you are." He paused before a grand archway carved with raven feathers. "Today marks the beginning of your union, but also the forging of your spirit. Remember, you marry not only a man, but a legacy." Illyra inhaled, steeling herself. The pale light of dawn revealed motes of dust swirling in the air like tiny phantoms. Beyond the archway lay a courtyard blanketed in lavender, its central fountain dry and lined with moss. White lilies clustered around its edge, their petals drooping as though weighed by unseen sorrows. She stepped forward. Each footfall echoed in the silent courtyard, and for a moment, the world held its breath. Then a single petal drifted from the cluster, landing at her feet. Illyra bent to pick it up, the softness of its edge contrasted sharply with the cold stone under her fingers. "Do you feel it?" she whispered, meeting Rowan's gaze. "This place, it's alive with memories." He nodded, but his expression remained guarded. "And soon, you will learn its secrets. But first, we must follow protocol. Lady Isolde expects you." Illyra slipped the petal into the pocket of her gown and rose with grace. Behind the heavy doors of the East Wing, her new life as a Ravenswood bride would officially begin. The nightmare had not released its grip, and she vowed that she would not rest until she had unraveled every thread of this dark legacy. With that resolve burning in her chest, she followed Rowan into the light, unaware of the hidden eyes that watched her from the windows above and the silent vow Celeste's spirit had already made, to guide, or to doom. And so dawn broke over Blackthorn Manor, heralding the first day of Illyra's true awakening. Illyra stepped into the East Wing's antechamber, the heavy oak doors sliding closed behind her with a muted thud. The chamber was lined with woven tapestries of white lilies cascading across pale blue fields, their embroidered blooms seeming to sway in an unfelt breeze. A long table stood at its center, draped in the same ivory linen she had worn in her dream, now folded neatly at one end. Beside it, a tall mirror framed in black iron waited for her reflection, and beyond that, a curtained doorway led to the grand hall where the morning ritual would take place. Lady Isolde Ravenswood appeared from the shadows, her silver hair pinned tight in an ancient style that spoke of discipline and unyielding grace. She moved with the quiet authority of one who had overseen dozens of ceremonies, her slate-gray eyes assessing Illyra's pale silhouette. "Welcome, Illyra," she said in a voice both cool and precise. "Today you join the lineage of women whose names are whispered in these halls. Your first task is to don the ceremonial gown." She gestured toward the table. Illyra approached and lifted the ivory linen, revealing a gown of intricate lace and silk. Its high collar was embroidered with raven feathers and tiny pearls that shimmered like morning dew. The bodice bore a pattern of lily vines, each petal meticulously stitched in silver thread. Illyra felt the weight of history settle on her shoulders as she slipped into the gown, fastening its delicate buttons one by one. Each button was molded in the shape of a tiny raven's talon, and as the final one closed at her nape, she felt an unexpected tremor, whether of awe or dread, she could not tell. Lady Isolde produced a silver chalice and offered it. "Drink this," she instructed. "A blend of moonwort tea and holy basil. It will calm your spirit and heighten your senses." Illyra lifted the chalice and inhaled the herbal aroma, sweet, earthy, with an undernote of something faintly metallic. She sipped, and warmth spread through her chest as the fluid slid down her throat. The tension in her limbs eased, and her mind felt sharper, more alert. "Follow me," Lady Isolde said, guiding Illyra through the curtained doorway into the grand hall. The windows were flung open to the dawn breeze, and the marble floor was laid with a carpet of fresh white lilies, hundreds of them, their petals so new they seemed to quiver. At the far end, beneath a carved alcove dedicated to the First Lady Ravenswood, stood 5 alabaster pillars entwined with black iron vines. Between them, an altar of polished obsidian bore 3 items, a silver dagger, a porcelain bowl of holy water, and a single black rose pressed between 2 crystal panes. Illyra's breath caught. "What do I do?" she whispered. Lady Isolde nodded solemnly. "You must complete 3 rites: purification, oath, and offering. Step onto the lilies, but do not let the blood of the past stain them. Then recite the oath of unbroken vow. Finally, make your offering of truth." She raised a slender hand. "Are you ready?" Rowan Blackthorn emerged from a side door, his dark cloak trailing behind him like a living shadow. His eyes met Illyra's, and for a moment, she felt a surge of courage. He bowed his head slightly, as though pledging his support. Beyond him, attendants in grey livery carried baskets of rose petals and polished chalices for onlookers. The assembled Ravenswood family and their most trusted allies formed a silent semicircle around the altar, their faces impassive. Illyra inhaled, steeled herself, and stepped forward. The carpet of lilies crunched softly beneath her silk slippers. She felt their cool whiteness give way to the firm marble below as she reached the clearest spot in front of the altar. Lady Isolde removed the silver dagger from its sheath and handed it to Illyra. The blade was cold and light as moonlight. "Draw a single line across your palm," Lady Isolde instructed. "Let the blood seal your union with the legacy of this house." Illyra's pulse thundered as she positioned the dagger's tip against the soft flesh of her palm. The blade slid in a swift, precise motion, and a thin ribbon of ruby red welled immediately. She tilted her hand over the porcelain bowl and watched as a drop of blood fell and rippled the surface of the holy water. A faint hiss greeted the contact, as though an unseen spirit inhaled sharply. Illyra swallowed hard, then pressed her palm to her heart before offering it to Rowan. He corked his hand over hers, mingling his warmth with her wound, and squeezed gently, promising his protection. With the dagger still in hand, Illyra straightened and spoke the oath of unbroken vow. "I, Illyra Ravenswood, accept the burden and the gift of this name. I honor those who came before me, I uphold the strength of those who stand beside me, and I shall guard my own spirit against all darkness. May my heart remain steadfast, my mind clear, and my will unbroken." Her voice echoed through the hall, vibrating against the carved rafters. The lilies shivered, and for a heartbeat the world felt suspended. Then the wind sighed through the open windows and the tapestry lilies rippled as though applauding. The final rite, offering of truth, awaited. Lady Isolde handed Illyra the black rose encased in crystal. "Speak the truth you fear the most," she instructed. "Place it upon the altar." Illyra looked at the rose. Its petals were impossible darkness, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. She recalled the whisper from her dream, "Remember me, help me find peace," and realized it was not Celeste alone who reached out to her. It was every bride whose name was lost to blood and shadow. The truth she feared was the knowledge that the curse might not be broken, no matter her strength or Rowan's devotion. Yet she also feared that if she did not try, the cycle would claim another life hers. She approached the altar, lifted the rose from the crystal cradle, and spoke in a voice both soft and resolute, "I offer my truth, that I am afraid to lose myself, to fail those who came before, and to repeat the mistakes of the past. But I vow to face that fear, to stand in the light even when darkness beckons, and to carry these memories forward so that they may guide others." She placed the rose on the obsidian slab, and immediately a pulse of cold air radiated outward. The black iron vines on the pillars rattled, the lilies at her feet wilted for a moment before regaining their pristine bloom. A hush fell over the assembly, then Lady Isolde raised her hand, signaling the end of the ritual. "Rise, Lady Illyra Ravenswood," she proclaimed. "You are now bound to this house in body and spirit. Let the legacy of light and shadow flow through your veins." The assembled members bowed their heads, and Rowan stepped forward to remove the dagger from Illyra's palm, pressing a silken bandage over the cut. He smiled, true and unguarded for the first time that dawn. Illyra returned his smile, though her stomach churned with questions. She had performed the rites, but the lingering chill in her bones told her that the castle's secrets were only beginning to unravel. As the crowd dispersed, Lady Isolde approached with a small leather-bound book. "The Raven's Ledger," she explained, opening it to a page marked with a silver ribbon. "This contains the names and fates of every Ravenswood bride. Few have been spared tragedy. Study it well. Tomorrow at dusk, we shall convene in the Library of Whispers to decipher more clues." Illyra's gloved fingers brushed the ledger's embossed cover, feeling its cold weight. "Thank you," she whispered, "but I sense there is more hidden rooms, diaries, perhaps coded letters." Lady Isolde's lips curved in a slight, knowing smile. "Indeed. But every secret has its guardian. Be cautious of whom you trust." That evening, Rowan led Illyra through the deserted corridors to the Library of Whispers. Flickering candlelight revealed shelves stacked with centuries of tomes, each spine bearing a gilded raven feather. A spiral staircase wound upward, disappearing into darkness, and a low desk stood under a stained glass window depicting a bride cradling a black rose. Illyra opened the Raven's Ledger to the first page. In neat script she read: "Celeste Ravenswood, 7th bride. Found lifeless within the lily garden, blood blotted upon the stone, whispers spoke of betrayal and of a secret child born in shadows." Illyra's heart tightened. A secret child. She traced the words with her fingertip. Beside the ledger lay an old quill, its tip stained with ink and something darker. She glanced at Rowan, whose expression was solemn. "We must find her child," she said. "If the curse sprang from that betrayal, then the key to breaking it lies there." He nodded, flipping to the next entry. "Amara Ravenswood, 9th bride. Disappeared without trace after the oath of unbroken vow, only her blood-stained veil was found fluttering in the courtyard." Illyra swallowed. "Amara, 2 brides lost to sins unspoken." She closed the ledger. "We start tomorrow at first light. We search the genealogy records, question the attendants, explore the hidden passages. No stone unturned." Rowan bowed his head. "As you command, my lady." Illyra stood beneath the stained glass, its colors dancing across her face. The black rose in its depiction gleamed ominously. She clenched her fists. The ritual had bound her to the Ravenswood legacy, but she meant to master it, not be mastered by it. In the hush of the library she vowed, she would uncover every secret, confront every specter, and forge a new path for future brides, one that ended the cycle of blood and sorrow once and for all. Outside, the moon slipped behind a bank of clouds, plunging the room into deeper shadow. But in Illyra's eyes burned a steady light, a determination stronger than any curse. And somewhere in those endless shelves, the truth waited to be found. Illyra awoke before dawn, the edges of her mind still humming with the images of the Raven's Ledger. The perfumed hush of Blackthorn Manor lay heavy around her as she slipped from the carved oak bed frame and donned a simple linen robe. In the dim candlelight she found Rowan waiting just outside her door, cloak drawn tightly around him, eyes bright with purpose. "Are you ready?" he whispered, guiding her through the corridor. The tapestries overhead were ghostly in the gloom, their lilies bleeding into the shadows. Illyra's fingers trailed along the paneling as they passed, finding, for a moment, solid reality before it slipped away beneath her skin. They entered the Library of Whispers, where the first light of morning had already painted stained glass murals in muted jeweled tones across the dusty floor. The spiral staircase loomed like a dark helix, promising both answers and peril above. Tonight, they would not venture that high. Instead, Rowan had arranged for Illyra to meet with the Manor's oldest archivist, Mistress Harlow, keeper of genealogies and confidant to generations of Ravenswood matriarchs. Mistress Harlow appeared from a shadowed alcove, stooped but unbowed, her white hair bound in a braid thick as a man's wrist. In one hand she carried a stack of vellum scrolls, and on her petite frame she wore a heavy brocade gown embroidered with silver thread in the shape of ravens' wings. "Good morning, Lady Illyra," she rasped, bowing at the waist. "I trust your rites passed without incident." Illyra inclined her head. "They did, thank you. And your ledger has already revealed so much." She gestured toward the scrolls. "May I see the entries on Celeste's lineage and this mention of a hidden child?" Mistress Harlow murmured assent and led them deeper into the stacks. Shelves teeming with ancient ledgers and diaries formed narrow aisles. Each spine bore gilt lettering faded by candle soot and time. The air smelled of old paper and cold stone. Rowan lingered by a window, watching the last stars dim behind the eastern hills. Illyra followed Harlow's stooped shape until they arrived at a low table piled with scrolls. The archivist unfurled the first and pointed to a column of names written in brown ink curling like vines on parchment. "Here," she said, tapping the entry for Celeste Ravenswood. She married in the year 1853, on the eve of the harvest moon. Her records show no pregnancy, yet tradition whispers that she bore a daughter in secret smuggled away before her death. No one recorded the child's name. Illyra's heart thudded. A daughter, hidden away by whom? If Celeste distrusted her own family, she mused, perhaps she confided only in someone outside the manor. Possibly the midwife, Marielle Touché, Mistress Harlow suggested, unrolling a second scroll. She tended to Lady Celeste in the final weeks. But 2 years after the funeral, Mistress Touché vanished, and her cottage burned to the ground. No remains were found, only a scorched midwife's shawl and a small silver locket inscribed with a single initial, L. Illyra reached out, brushing her fingertips over the parchment. L. could stand for Lilith, or Lucienne, or someone else entirely. We need to find that locket. She closed her eyes, picturing the wraith of Lady Celeste clutching her lily in agony. If that child survived, she might be the key to the curse or its undoing. Mistress Harlow nodded gravely. I have transcribed the midwife's ledger, though the pages are nearly indecipherable. Here. She handed Illyra a leather-bound volume whose edges were singed and brittle. Illyra opened it carefully. The spine cracked in protest, and a wisp of ash floated up from the binding. Rowan stepped forward, offering a lantern. Its warm glow revealed cramped handwriting and blotches of dried ink. In the margin of one page, a note read, "Bloodline must be hidden. Sparks of rebellion. Child must live beyond these walls." Illyra's breath caught. "Rebellion," she whispered. Did Mistress Touche help Celeste defy the Ravenswood decree that forbade brides from bearing heirs other than male scions? The archivist pursed her lips. The decree was absolute. Any child of a bride who bore pure Ravenswood blood would be claimed by the family to strengthen alliances or erase threats. It is possible Celeste's daughter carried too much of her mother's spirit and the council sought to extinguish it. A cold wind rattled the window, as if the empty courtyard itself mourned. Illyra closed the ledger. "Then we must find Marielle's cottage, wherever its ruins lie. It may hold the locket and answers." Mistress Harlow frowned. "The cottage is said to lie beyond the Eastwood Glen. Wolves prowl there at dawn. Few dare tread those paths." Illyra met Rowan's steady gaze. "The wolves are no greater threat than this curse." She turned back to the archivist. "We leave at first light. I want every map we have of the Eastwood, and any mention of Marielle Touche's estate." The elder woman snapped her fingers and a squire in livery appeared, bearing a leather satchel. Inside, Illyra found delicate parchments outlining the glen's streams, the protective wards carved on tree trunks, and faint sketches of an overgrown path. She tucked them into her own pack and secured the cinched volume at her hip. Mistress Harlow laid a gnarled hand on Illyra's arm. "Beware the glen. It is old as the manor itself, and older than the Ravenswood name. The forest remembers its own injustices. Spirits linger under the yew and willow." Illyra nodded, heart pounding with anticipation. "Tonight, then, we'll see if those spirits can guide us or if they will try to lead us astray." While Mistress Harlow prepared provisions, Illyra and Rowan descended the staircase to the manor kitchens. The scent of spiced bread and roasting pheasant filled the air, comforting, mundane. Illyra selected a hunk of cheese and a dried apple, while Rowan collected flasks of water. They paused beside the kitchen hearth. "I worry for you," Rowan said softly, brushing a stray hair from her forehead. "You push yourself too hard." Illyra bit into the cheese. "I have to. If Celeste's child is out there somewhere, I need to prove that not all Ravenswood brides are doomed. And if that child bears Celeste's spirit, she has suffered long enough." His hand hovered over hers, then fell away. "I'll ride with you," he vowed. "Through wolves, bogs, and angry ghosts if need be." Illyra nodded, grateful but resolute. "I know. But I want to discover this mystery on my own terms. I need to feel that I earned it both for Celeste and for myself." He offered a faint smile. Just promise me you won't wander off the path. I promise, she whispered, though in her heart she suspected their journey would lead them far beyond any map, into corners of memory and dread they could scarcely imagine. That evening, after the dusk wind had silenced the crows in the trees, Illyra watched from the east tower window as Rowan hovered by the stables, preparing horses for their departure. The torches lining the courtyard flickered like distant stars. She wrapped herself in a wool cloak and stepped into the chill air. A lone carriage waited below, its wheels shod in iron and its interior lined with straw for a silent ride. Rowan reached out, catching her hand. "Together, then?" he asked, voice low. Illyra nodded, and they climbed in. As the carriage lurched forward, she peered back at the mansion's silhouette, its towers dark, its windows shuttered like eyes refusing to see. Behind them lay the known world, ahead lay a forest older than sin, where the embers of a midwife's rebellion still glowed in blackened ruins. The horses' hooves rang against cobblestones as they crossed the gated threshold. Illyra's nerves thrummed with a mix of fear and exhilaration. The night swallowed them, and beyond the lantern-lit lane the Eastwood glen awaited, its secrets rustling in every branch, its shadows beckoning with unseen hands. Illyra leaned against the carriage side, folding her arms around herself. She whispered into the darkness, "Celeste, if you're out there, guide us. And if not, show me where your daughter sleeps. I will not rest until the Ravenswood name wears no stain of blood." A lone owl hooted in answer, and the trees seemed to shiver. Thus began their quest into the heart of every whispered warning, where justice and vengeance converged, and where the fate of a hidden child might finally break a centuries-old curse. Illyra slid from the carriage into a hush of damp earth and moonlit mist. Rowan handed her a small oil lamp, its pale glow dancing against the twisted trunks of ancient oaks. Beyond the gravel drive, the forest yawned wide, limbs outstretched like spectral sentinels. The Eastwood Glen, Mistress Harlow had warned, was an older kingdom than the Ravenswood name, one where every root and stone remembered old covenants, betrayals, and blood. They set off along a narrow path marked on the archivist's map, the leather satchel of parchments bumping against Illyra's hip. Each step brought a chorus of rustling leaves and distant drips of dew falling from low-hanging boughs. Rowan moved confidently in the darkness, but Illyra felt her heart thundering both from fear and exhilaration. In her hand she gripped the black rose petal she had offered at the ritual. In its listening petals she sensed a heartbeat, as though Celeste's spirit pulsed within. A few paces in, they came upon the first ward, a circle of faint runes carved into the gnarled bark of a giant yew. Rowan crouched beside Illyra, brushing the moss aside to reveal the silver-inlaid symbols. "These wards are meant to protect the glen from unwelcome eyes," he murmured. "We should follow the path between them. Stray too far, and the forest may lure us off into illusions." He traced the runic loop with a fingertip, and the air seemed to hum in response. Illyra studied the runes by the lamp's glow. The symbols curved like lily vines entwined with raven wings, a fusion of Ravenswood and Eastwood magic. "If this ward is meant to guard, perhaps it also marks the boundary of Mistress Touche's domain," she whispered. Rowan nodded and blew out the lamp. They continued in near darkness, guided only by starlight and the faint silver glow of the runes reflecting moonlight. After an hour's steady advance, they reached a shallow stream whose waters ran clear and cold. Rowan helped Illyra step from one mossy stone to another. At the opposite bank lay an expanse of fallen leaves so dense it resembled a blood-red carpet. Here, the runes resumed on trees flickering in the starlight. Illyra paused and closed her eyes, letting the hush of the forest settle over her senses. In the silence she heard softly a distant lullaby, sung in a woman's voice heavy with longing and sorrow. She opened her eyes. "Do you hear that?" she asked Rowan. He cocked his head, straining. The lullaby drifted again, faint but unmistakable. "Sleep, little willow, sleep in my arms. Let not the shadows harm your sweet charms." Rowan's hand slid to his sword hilt. "Stay close," he cautioned. They pressed on, the lullaby weaving through the branches. It seemed both beckoning and warning, a mother's broken promise lingering in the night air. At last they emerged into a moonlit clearing. In its center lay the ruins of a cottage, charred beams collapsed into ash-littered rubble, blackened stones scattered like forgotten bones. Illyra's breath caught. Mistress Harlow had said only that the midwife's cottage was destroyed by fire, but seeing the ruin made the past ache with fresh horror. Rowan set down the lamp and together they stepped into the wreckage. Illyra knelt beside a half-buried stone foundation. She brushed away ash and leaves until her fingers struck cool metal. She pried free a small silver locket, its surface tarnished and engraved with a single delicate L. Rowan retrieved a cloth from his pouch and wiped the soot away. Inside, a miniature portrait, a baby girl swaddled in white linen, clutching a single lily. Illyra's eyes brimmed. "Celeste's daughter," she breathed. "Her name must begin with L." She closed the locket gently. "Lysandra, Lucine, Lilith." She tried each name on her tongue and shivered as she uttered them. "We must discover who she became and where she went." Rowan surveyed the ruins. "Anything else here?" he asked. Illyra stood and found a half-charred piece of parchment wedged under a fallen beam. She smoothed it out, a fragment of a letter in Marielle's neat script, stained by smoke. "I send her to Sanctuary's keep beneath the White Tower. Trust no Ravenswood but him who wears the raven's crest. May the lilies guide you." Illyra tucked the letter into her cloak. "Sanctuary's keep, the White Tower." She looked at Rowan. "We need to find this tower. If Marielle Touche sent her child there, the key to breaking the curse must lie within its walls." He nodded and folded the lamp carefully. "But we should be cautious. The lullaby, the spirits here are restless. We may not be alone." As they retraced their steps toward the warded path, the lullaby rose again, louder this time and then abruptly cut off. A hush settled, as if the forest held its breath. Rowan slipped an arm around Illyra's shoulders. "Let's move swiftly," he urged. They emerged once more at the runic circle. Illyra paused to touch one symbol, a raven's feather entwined with a lily. In the silver etching she felt the residue of ancient magic. She whispered, "Thank you, Mistress Harlow," and then stepped past the boundary. The forest beyond the wards felt different, wilder, more unpredictable. Branches loomed like grasping hands, the ground underfoot seemed to shift. Rowan guided Illyra carefully, ensuring she kept her footing on the faint path. Occasionally she thought she glimpsed a figure at the edge of her vision, a child in white, darting between the trees, leaving behind a whisper of silk. But when she turned, there was nothing, only bracken and moonlight. They pressed on until the path opened onto an overgrown road. Gaunt stones lined either side, inscribed with faint letters, Sanctuary. The letters were worn by time, but still legible. Illyra's heart leaped. "This must lead to the keep," she said. The white tower stands beyond the marshlands, near Old Haven Harbor. Rowan frowned. Marshlands at night are treacherous. We'll need to avoid the quicksand and the will-o'-the-wisps that lure travelers off course. Illyra scanned the overgrowth. There, she pointed to a broken signpost half swallowed by ivy. A carved bird, perhaps a raven. And below it a lily. The direction pointed east. She smiled with relief. "We're on the right track." They followed the old road, brushing aside briars that snagged at their clothes and the corners of the locket. The forest slowly thinned, replaced by damp reeds and a faint salty tang in the air. The lullaby returned, this time in full voice, clear and plaintive, and they realized it was not carried by the wind but emanating from the locket itself, as though the baby girl's spirit spoke through. Marielle's gift. Illyra stopped and held the locket to her ear. The melody filled her mind. "Sleep, little willow, safe by my side. Though tides may turn and storms may rise." Tears pricked her eyes. "She calls for her mother," Illyra whispered. "Or for the mother she lost." She brushed Rowan's arm. "We have to follow the road to Old Haven, and from there to Sanctuary's keep." Rowan nodded, offering his cloak against the chill. "Tomorrow, at first light, we break our journey there. Tonight, we camp near the creek. You need rest." Illyra allowed herself to be guided to a small glade beside a burbling brook. Rowan built a modest fire from driftwood and fern fronds. As flames flared, Illyra sat close, the locket resting on her knee. The lullaby faded into the night, replaced by the comforting croak of frogs and the rhythmic burble of water. Rowan handed her a flask of herb-infused broth. She sipped gratefully. "I never imagined the curse began with a hidden child," she said, voice soft. "But everything makes sense now, why the brides were silenced, and why Celeste's spirit reached for me." He leaned close. "You carry her blood and her courage. Soon you'll carry her daughter's legacy too." He paused. "But beware, not all who promised to protect the child were kind. Some sought to destroy her." Illyra's gaze hardened. "Then we'll find the truth, expose the traitors, and reunite mother and daughter in spirit. Only then can the curse be undone. They settled by the fire, exchanging quiet plans for the dawn, questions to ask in Old Haven, research in the harbor archives, and a search for Sanctuary's keep, a fortress of white stone perched upon a cliff. As the embers dimmed, Illyra lay back on a bed of ferns, the lullaby drifting through her dreams once more, this time gentle, hopeful, as though the child herself sang a promise of peace. When morning light crept through the trees, they would emerge from the Eastwood Glen not as trespassers, but as deliverers of a long-forgotten legacy. And with each step along the old road, Illyra felt the weight of centuries lift ever so slightly, carried away on the wings of a raven and the petals of a lily, toward a new dawn for Ravenswood and Eastwood both. The first pale light of dawn painted the sky in shades of rose and lavender as Illyra and Rowan emerged from the shelter of the glen. The air tasted of salt and tangled seaweed, a bracing reminder that the world beyond Eastwood awaited. Illyra cinched her cloak around her shoulders and tucked the silver locket into a secure pocket, its hidden lullaby now silent beneath the weight of her conviction. They followed the old road downhill, the cobblestone slick with morning dew. The trees thinned at last, giving way to rolling heath and the distant roar of surf. Far off to the west, where the land met the horizon in a jagged line, Illyra glimpsed the towers of Old Haven Harbor, whitewashed battlements rising above the rooftops like sentinels against the sea. Beyond them, the spire of Sanctuary's keep gleamed faintly across the water, a pale beacon she vowed to reach. By mid-morning, the road became a narrow causeway bordered by tidal marsh. Rowan led their horses carefully over planks laid across the mud, while Illyra consulted the parchment charts from Mistress Harlow. The cottage ruins lie 3 leagues inland, she reminded him. But Old Haven sits 2 leagues east of here along the coast road. From the harbor we can secure passage or row across to the keep's cliffs. He nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. We'll reach Old Haven by midday. They arrived on foot as the tide receded, leaving slick flats of dark clay and stranded flotsam. The harbor's outer walls were stained by salt and time, mottled gray stone dotted with barnacles. A single wooden gate swung open to admit cart traffic, traders with hides and barrels of salted fish, fishermen carrying nets thick with mud, and the occasional noble or merchant under hooded cloak. Seagulls wheeled overhead, their cries echoing against the ramparts. Illyra paused to steady her breath. Old Haven was alive with rumors, a smuggler's haven, a place of whispered deals under moonlight, and the first stepping stone toward the legend of Sanctuary's keep. She looked to Rowan. We split up, she said softly. I'll seek out records in the harbor archives. You find Captain Elias Gray, he's known to keep diaries of import and export. His family crest bears a raven. He frowned. The raven's crest, the sign in the midwife's letter. Illyra met his gaze. He may be friend or foe, but we need his journal to trace any cargo bound for the White Tower centuries ago. He placed a hand on her arm. Be cautious. If he suspects we search for Celeste's child, he may hide what we seek. She nodded, steeling herself. Promise me you'll watch for my signal, she whispered. He squeezed her hand, then melted into the bustling crowd. Illyra adjusted her hood and slipped toward the Stone Archives building, just inside the main gate. A small brass plaque identified it as the Old Hoven Record House. She pushed inside through an arched doorway, greeted by a hush broken only by the rustle of parchment and the soft clack of quill on paper. A clerk glanced up. "May I help you, milady?" Illyra offered a polite incline. "I seek the import logs for the year 1855, and any entries regarding Marielle Touche or shipments marked with the gray crest." The clerk's eyes narrowed. "The gray crest. Captain Gray's business is lucrative but private. You'll need his permission." Illyra's smile was warm but determined. "I will find him." She slipped a silver coin across the counter. "Perhaps you can direct me to his quarters." The clerk pocketed the coin and tapped a ledger. "He's quartered at the Merchant's Lodge by the West Dock. But be discreet, there are those who would prefer certain shipments remain untraced." Illyra stifled a thrill. "Thank you." She slipped back outside and followed the street toward the waterfront, where the air turned damp and heavy with brine. A cluster of timber-framed buildings leaned toward the quay, warehouses, taverns with swinging lanterns, and the sleek bow of merchant vessels waiting to depart. A pair of lamplighters attended to iron sconces that would soon flame to life at dusk. At the West Dock's Merchant's Lodge, Illyra paused before a carved mahogany door inlaid with a raven and a lily. She rapped twice, then stepped inside when a soft voice bade her enter. The interior was richly appointed for a harbor office, polished oaken tables scattered with charts, brass compasses, and thick ledgers bound in leather. Behind the main desk sat Captain Elias Gray, a tall man with silver-streaked black hair and keen blue eyes. A raven's ring gleamed on his finger. He looked up, curiosity flickering in his expression. "Lady, you resemble the daughter of House Ravenswood." "Illyra Ravenswood," she said, inclining her head. "I seek your records regarding a midwife named Marielle Touche and any cargo bound for Sanctuary's Keep." He leaned back, studying her face. "Sanctuary's Keep, few still believe its legends. It hasn't seen a trading ship in 200 years. She met his gaze unwaveringly. "The records are a matter of history, Captain. I require confirmation whether any crates or parcels left Old Hoven for that destination." He drummed his fingers on the table. "Perhaps there is something." He reached beneath the desk and produced a heavy ledger stamped with the Gray family crest. "But my ledgers for that era are incomplete, many pages lost to damp and mice." Illyra's heart sank and then hope flared. "Is there any inventory list?" He hesitated, then opened the ledger to a table of contents. "There is a supplement and export manifest for 1854 to 1856. It was stored in a trunk under the floor." He pressed a hidden latch in the desk, and the floorboards beside them slid back to reveal a small compartment. Inside lay a battered chest bound in iron. He lifted out a bundle of papyrus scrolls tied with ribbon. Ilora's fingers trembled as she unwrapped the scrolls. The first manifest listed crates of salted cod, barrels of tar, crates of timber, but then she paused at a faded entry, Parcel L, carved ebony chest, sealed with gray sigil, destined for sanctuaries. Keep, Autumn 1855. Her breath caught. Parcel L, she whispered. The L matched the locket's initial. She drawn out the scroll and pointed. This chest, do you know its contents? Captain Gray grimaced. Only rumor. Local tradition says it held personal effects of a lady letters, a locket maybe, and a child's swaddling cloth. He met her eyes. I never believed it, until now. Ilora's pulse thundered. That aligns with Marielle's note. She must have entrusted her daughter to Sanctuary's keep in that crate. He nodded slowly. The caravan left immediately. No return ships. And the keeper's records are locked in the old tower's archives. Maryhaven scholars have tried to pry them loose, but the keeper's heirs guard them fiercely. Ilora's mind raced. Then we must cross the bay and find Sanctuary's keep before the tide changes. She looked up, determination blazing in her green eyes. Captain, will you lend us passage? I offer whatever payment you require and this family's gratitude. He studied her with an unreadable expression. At last, he nodded. Meet me at the docks at sunset. We'll sail at the turn of the tide. But be warned, there are those who would kill to keep the past buried. Ilora folded the scroll carefully and tucked it into her pack. Thank you, Captain Gray. You have our eternal gratitude. He inclined his head. Just be wary of whom you trust. Even a raven's crest can conceal a traitor. As she stepped out into the fading afternoon sun, Ilora felt the weight of destiny pressing upon her. She had the locket, the manifest, and an uneasy alliance with a harbor captain whose loyalties remained uncertain. With Rowan waiting by the quay, she knew the next hours would test their resolve, a sea voyage into the unknown, an approach to Sanctuary's keep's sheer cliffs, and the promise of secrets hidden behind centuries of stone. She returned to Rowan, who greeted her with a relieved smile. You found your answer. Ilora placed the manifest in his hands. The daughter went to Sanctuary's keep. Crate L. We sail tonight. He scanned the entry, then folded her into a fierce embrace. Then let us not waste a single moment. As twilight deepened over Old Haven, Ilora and Rowan prepared to board the slim sloop that would bear them across the silvered waters. The harbor lanterns flickered on, casting dancing reflections on the waves. In the distance, the white tower of Sanctuary's keep shimmered like a phantom against the darkening sky, a silent sentinel awaiting their arrival. And so, with hearts steeled and purpose clear, they stepped aboard, unaware that the greatest trials both of treachery and redemption lay just beyond the horizon. The small sloop rocked gently as it left Old Haven's quayside, oars dipping in measured rhythm beneath the copper glow of dusk. Illyra Ravenswood stood at the bow, the silver locket pressed against her heart, her cloak snapping in the rising wind. Rowan Blackthorn steadied the tiller, his silhouette framed against the pale spire of Sanctuary's keep that pierced the horizon like a lonely beacon. For a moment, all was silent except for the creak of wood and the lap of waves against the hull. "It looks smaller from here," Illyra murmured, eyes narrowed against the spray. "But no less forbidding." Rowan offered a calm nod. "The cliffs are nearly 200 feet high. The only landing is at the narrow cove beneath the tower gate. We must time our approach with the ebbing tide." Illyra glanced at the fading chart in her hand, torn from Mistress Harlow's maps and augmented with Captain Gray's notations. A winding path led from the cove up a steep switchback, ending at a heavy iron gate built into the cliff face. Beyond that lay the White Tower, its walls rumored to be thick as a man's arm span, its hall sealed against prying eyes for generations. Night deepened as the sloop drew closer. Lanterns aboard the vessel cast flickering amber pools on the dark water, and the sky overhead shimmered with a scattering of stars. Illyra shivered in the cold, but her resolve burned hotter than any hearth fire. In her mind she heard Celeste's plea echoing still, "Help me find peace." Now, guided by the locket's lullaby and the midwife's clues, she would at last step into the heart of that legacy. Rowan called out softly, "Mark the cove ahead just past those jagged rocks." He shifted the tiller and angled the sloop toward a narrow inlet hemmed by crumbling stone. A small lantern glowed on a ledge above, as though marking a hidden dock carved from the cliff. Illyra inhaled sharply. "Someone waits for us." As the sloop drifted into the inlet, two figures emerged from the shadows, a tall woman in hooded robes, whose face Illyra could not see, and a wiry man wearing sea leather attire. The woman raised a slender hand in greeting, the man stepped forward, placing a single finger to his lips. Rowan slowed the sloop to a halt against the slick stone. He dipped an oar into the water, creating a soft ripple. "We seek Sanctuary's keep and answers to a hidden child's fate." The hooded woman inclined her head. "Then you are expected. But enter carefully." She produced a torch from beneath her cloak and lit it against the lantern above. Its flame flared, revealing the narrow recessed platform of rock just large enough to berth their boat. Below the torch, an iron ring protruded from the wall. Rowan secured his line there. Illyra climbed aboard the platform, her boots finding purchase despite the slick seaweed. The hooded woman lowered her torch, and Illyra glimpsed a pale hand inscribed with a silver raven tattooed on her wrist. The man carried a lantern and moved to tie the sloop's bow. He glanced back at Rowan. "The tide turns in an hour. You will need to be inside before the water cuts off this inlet." Illyra swallowed. "Lead the way." The trio began up the steep path carved into the cliff, ancient footsteps worn into the stone over centuries. Illyra's heart pounded as she climbed, her cloak catching on lichen and rock. Ahead, The white tower's base glimmered under the torchlight, its smooth walls unmarred by ivy or moss. The passage narrowed into a tunnel arched with rusted iron bars. Over the entrance was inscribed the words, Sicut fons et ecclesia, which Illyra translated quietly from her Latin studies as the spring and the church. The hooded guide struck a flint, producing sparks that ignited a brazier inside the tunnel. Heat and smoke undulated around them as they entered a long corridor of vaulted stone. Torches in wrought iron sconces flickered along the walls, showing doorways sealed by brass nameplates framed by raven feathers. The barred windows were small slits far above their heads, admitting only shafts of pale moonlight. Illyra felt every sense heightened. The hush of their footsteps echoed as though accompanied by distant whispers. Somewhere down the corridor, a wooden door creaked on ancient hinges. The hooded woman paused before a massive pair of oak doors bound in iron. She removed her hood, revealing a stern face framed by silver hair. Her eyes were a startling shade of violet clear, unyielding, and they fixed on Illyra with a mixture of respect and wariness. "I am Lady Mirek," she announced, voice cool as marble. "Heir to the keep. You have come seeking what lies behind these walls. But are you prepared to face the consequences?" Illyra stepped forward, summoning her courage. "I am Illyra Ravenswood. I carry the blood of Celeste, seventh bride of your house, and the locket that once held her daughter's portrait. I come to reunite mother and child, break the curse, and restore peace." Lady Mirek's gaze flickered to Rowan, then back to Illyra. "Many have tried and failed. The keep's records are my family's sacred trust. To access them, you must present the locket and pledge your vow before the shrine of remembrance." She indicated the heavy doors. "Enter, and prove your truth." Illyra nodded and drew the silver locket from her pocket. The intricate filigree glinted in torchlight. As she held it out, she realized how small and delicate it seemed against the enormity of the tower's purpose. With a steady breath, she placed the locket into Lady Mirek's palm. The air closed her hand around it and pressed it to her heart. The great doors groaned open, revealing a vaulted chamber filled with hundreds of glass cases. Each case contained a single personal effect, a bridal ribbon frayed with age, a satin glove stained by tears, a diary whose pages had been locked by magic, and countless locket fragments. In the center of the chamber stood a marble shrine, a carved pedestal supporting a glass reliquary glowing from within. Soft, ethereal light suffused the room, revealing an inscription in ancient script, "Memory of Vincent Moore's memory conquers death." Illyra felt her breath catch. The reliquary held a single object, a white swaddling cloth embroidered with lilies and raven feathers, folded with reverent precision. It shimmered as though alive, its fabric rippling without wind. Rowing stepped beside her. "This must be the child's swaddling cloth." Lady Mirek nodded. "It was brought here, entrusted by Marielle Touché herself. She begged that her daughter's memory be kept safe until a Ravenswood of true heart came." She turned to Illyra, eyes solemn. "The shrine of remembrance demands the vow of restoration. Speak your pledge and the blood tied to this place will awaken. Illyra approached the shrine, voice ringing in the hushed chamber. I, Illyra Ravenswood, pledge to carry these memories into the light, to honor both mother and daughter, to safeguard their legacy, and to break the cycle of sorrow that has bound our families. I vow that no secret shall remain shrouded, no whisper left unheard, and that the name Ravenswood shall stand for love, not fear. As her words faded, the reliquary's light flared, sending brilliance across the chamber. The glass cases glowed in sequence, and one by one the objects within animated with spectral echoes, the flutter of ribbon, the rustle of pages, a soft child's lullaby drifting through the air. Illyra felt breathless, as if the past had come alive around her. Lady Mirek stepped forward and placed the silver locket beside the swaddling cloth upon the pedestal. Now, she said, lowering her voice, the final seal can be broken. But you must follow the hidden path beneath to keep the catacombs of memory. There, you will reunite the spirit of Celeste with her child, and face the spirits of past brides who guard the secret. Illyra exchanged a glance with Rowan. He nodded, determination flaring in his eyes. Together they followed Lady Mirek through a discreet door behind the shrine, descending stone stairs that spiraled into darkness. The air grew colder, damp with the breath of ancient earth. Candles flickered along the walls, illuminating niches carved with names and dates, each marking a life lost to the curse. At the base of the spiral, they entered a vast subterranean hall, the catacombs of memory. Shelves of urns lined the walls, each engraved with the name of a Ravenswood bride. Somewhere among them was the urn for Celeste, and perhaps one for her daughter, though no name was recorded. The chamber's vault soared overhead, its arch supported by columns carved in the likeness of weeping lilies. A hush fell as Lady Mirek raised the silver locket to the highest niche, where carved on the marble frieze in Gothic script was the name Celeste Ravenswood. With trembling fingers, she slid the locket into a slot beneath the engraving. A soft click reverberated. Light gathered around the niche, forming the spectral outline of a woman in bridal lace, her face pale but eyes alight with recognition. Illyra's breath caught. Standing beside her, Rowan placed a steady hand on her shoulder. The light pulsed brighter, and then, across the hall, another niche began to glow, one unmarked except by a single lily etched in stone. From it emerged the ghostly form of a small child in a white gown, clutching a miniature lily. Mother and daughter drifted toward one another, reunited at last. Celeste's spirit reached out, passing through the girl's hand, and their forms shimmered into a single radiance that filled the catacombs with warmth. A hush of peace settled, and the chill lifted from the stone floor. Illyra stepped forward, tears in her eyes. Rest now, she whispered to the unified spirit. Your story shall not be forgotten. As the light dimmed, the two figures dissolved into gentle motes that ascended into the vaulted ceiling, where they scattered like stars. The catacombs grew still, but the names on the urns glowed softly, as though in gratitude. Lady Mirek exhaled, relief and awe in her gaze. You have done it, Illyra Ravenswood. You have restored what was lost. She turned to the shelves, touching the urn labeled Celeste's name. The curse is lifted for you, and for every bride who follows. Illyra looked to Rowan, her heart overflowing. We did it, she whispered. He smiled and drew her into an embrace amid the weeping lilies carved in stone. Around them, the spirits of past brides seemed to murmur blessings. Above, the keep's towers shone against the pre-dawn sky, a promise of new beginnings. In that moment, Illyra knew that the legacy of Ravenswood would endure not through fear or blood, but through remembrance, love, and the courage to confront the shadows. And so, beneath the white walls and echoing vaults, a curse that spanned generations was finally broken, its end forged by a locket, a vow, and a bride who chose to honor the past in order to free the future. The sea breeze still clung to Illyra's cloak when the sloop drew alongside the familiar quay of Blackthorn Manor. Dawn's first pale light glimmered across the water, and the white tower of Sanctuary's keep receded behind them like a dream half-remembered. Beside her, Rowan guided the vessel onto solid stone, and Lady Mirek, heir of the keep, stepped ashore with a quiet grace. Illyra's heart pounded. They were returning as liberators of a centuries-old secret, but they would face a different kind of trial at home. Mirek bowed her head in respectful greeting. Lady Illyra, the spirits rest, but the living remain unsettled. The Council of Ravenswood will convene at sunrise. You must present the relics and the truth of your quest. Illyra nodded, her resolve hardening like steel. In her satchel lay the silver locket, the child's swaddling cloth, and the fragment of Marielle's letter. She took a steadying breath. Then let us not delay. They climbed the narrow path from the quay, passing the carved stone griffins that flanked the manor's gates. Vines of black iron, once twisted talons of menace, seemed to loosen their grip on the stone arch. Petals of white lilies, unblemished and pure, drifted down from hidden planters above, as though celebrating the curse's end. Inside the great hall, the assembled council waited. Lady Isolde stood at the head of long oak tables, her slate hair luminous in torchlight. Lady Mirek's stern-faced relatives occupied seats of honor, and older councillors, grey-bearded men and widowed matriarchs, gathered with guarded expressions. At Illyra's side, Rowan remained silent but supportive. Lady Isolde's voice rang out. Illyra Ravenswood returns from Sanctuary's keep. Speak now, and unburden our house of its shadows. Illyra stepped forward and unwrapped the black rose locket first. In the hush that followed, she described her nightmares, the midnight ritual, and the whispering lullaby that guided her. She spoke of Mistress Harlow's genealogies, the ruins of Marielle's cottage, and the stubborn cooperation of Captain Grey. Finally, she revealed the contents of Parcel L and their passage to the White Tower, and how, within the Shrine of Remembrance, she had reunited Celeste's spirit with her hidden daughter. As she spoke, the council's stern faces softened, disbelief giving way to awe. When she produced the swaddling cloth, a small square of linen embroidered with lilies and ravens, the chamber seemed to exhale. Rowan placed the cloth on the table beside the locket, and light from hidden enchantments shimmered around the relics. A soft rustle echoed as if unseen wings had stirred. Lady Isolde raised her hand for silence. If this is true, she said, voice trembling, then the curse that claimed 9 brides is no more. Illyra met her aunt's gaze. The spirits of Celeste and her child now rest together. The shrine seal has been broken, the catacombs of memory stand open. No longer will brides be claimed by shadows. A murmur of relief swept through the hall. The youngest counselor, a once skeptical baron, knelt and pressed his forehead to the ground. I pledge my life to honor this new dawn. Others followed, some wept, some embraced. Even Lady Mirek's unyielding kinsfolk found their voices crack with hope. Yet from the corner of Illyra's eye, she saw one figure unmoved, Lady Rowena, the eldest daughter of House Ravenswood and a fierce protector of tradition. Her lips were set in a thin line, and her eyes flicked to the black rose locket with suspicion. When at last she rose, the hall fell silent again. Forgive me, Lady Rowena began, voice cool. But traditions exist to protect us. The curse may be broken in myth, but the wards and rituals we uphold have ensured our house's survival. She ran a hand through silver-tinged curls. To discard them risks opening us to new perils. We cannot simply tear down every ancient bond on a stranger's word. A hush fell. Illyra squared her shoulders. I do not propose recklessness. I propose wisdom. The rites we performed renewed the vow of protection on both mother and child. The wards of Eastwood and Ravenswood were woven from the same thread, fear of oblivion. But now that we honor memory instead of hiding it, we can transform those wards into safeguards of love. Lord Garrick, a stern patriarch of the marshlands, rapped his cane on the floor. Love does not scare off revenants. The hall tensed once more. Rowan stepped forward. His voice was calm but firm. I have hunted wolves in the Eastwood, shepherded Illyra through hidden paths, and faced spirits older than any lord here. The ritual in the catacombs did not weaken our protections, it strengthened them. The memory of every bride is now a guardian, not a specter of vengeance. Lady Isolde exchanged a glance with Lady Mirek, who offered an imperceptible nod. The flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows, but the expressions of the council shifted, uncertainty melting into acceptance. At last, Lady Isolde spoke again. Very well. We shall integrate the new rites into our ceremonies. The Festival of Lilies at Midsummer will celebrate not only our continuance but our remembrance. The Shrine of Remembrance will be open to all Ravenswood brides, past and future. A chorus of assent rose around the hall. Relief and joy pulsed like warmth after a long winter. After the council's decision, the hall cleared save for a handful of trusted allies. Illyra turned to Lady Mirek. Will you remain in Blackthorn as our ally and guide? The knowledge of the keep is now ours to share. Mirek's violet eyes glowed with gratitude. I will serve. A bond forged in truth is stronger than any forged in secrecy. Rowan wrapped an arm around Illyra's waist. And I will continue as your protector, no more as a shadow in the wings, but as your partner in life. He bowed his head. Will you have me? Illyra smiled, her heart full. always. In the days that followed, preparations for the Festival of Lilies began. The courtyard was resown with fragrant blooms, new runes of memory were carved alongside the old wards, and the catacombs of memory were opened for safe visitation. Lady Mirek assisted in cataloguing the relics, now augmented by the child's swaddling cloth and Celeste's locket. The Raven's ledger was updated with the child's name Lyra Ravenswood, and a new chapter began. One evening, as the sun dipped below the western hills, Illyra walked the ramparts with Rowan. Below them, the gardens glowed in twilight, and the new lily beds swayed in a gentle breeze. The walls that once felt cold and foreboding now bore tapestries of brides smiling in their finery, each paired with a small panel depicting her memory of flower, a keepsake, a verse of poetry. Rowan glanced at her. "Do you ever think the curse was not punishment, but a plea? A plea for us to remember, to honor, and to connect?" Illyra leaned into him. "I think it was both. We feared forgetting the past. But now, we will never forget, and we will move forward stronger for it." They lingered as stars emerged overhead. A single white lily bloomed at her feet, its petals glowing faintly in the moonlight. Illyra knelt and brushed a fingertip across its soft edge, finding comfort in its promise. Behind them, the towers of Blackthorn Manor rose into the night, no longer prison-like but protective, a haven of memory and hope. And within its white walls, a legacy that had once been bound by blood and fear was reborn in light, guided by the steady hands and open hearts of those who dared to remember. Thus dawned a new age for the Ravenswood line, one in which every bride's story, sorrowful or serene, would be sung in the halls, woven into the very stones, and honored in the boughs of every blooming lily. And Illyra, whose courage broke the cycle, would forever be celebrated as the bride who turned shadows into light. A week after the council's decree, Blackthorn Manor pulsed with anticipation. The ancient courtyard, once cloaked in shadows and dread, had been transformed into a sea of white blossoms. Hundreds of lilies, each carefully tended by gardeners and attendants, lined the flagstone paths. Lanterns hung from wrought iron arches, their glass globes painted with scenes of past brides, Celeste cradling her daughter, Lilith dancing in dawn's light, Amara's veil drifting on a summer breeze. Banners of ivory and silver snapped gently in the spring wind, celebrating remembrance, renewal, and the promise of a new era. Illyra Ravenswood rose at first light to oversee final preparations. She slipped on a gown of pale green silk trimmed with lily motifs in homage to both the Eastwood wards and the Ravenswood legacy. Rowan Blackthorn, in a tailored doublet of dove grey, stood at her side as they walked the newly laid carpet of petals. Gardeners bowed their heads respectfully as the lady of the house passed, and even Lady Mirek appeared from the gatehouse wearing robes of white and violet, her violet eyes bright with pride. "Everything looks magnificent," Rowan murmured, offering Illyra a warm smile. "I can hardly believe this was the same courtyard where you once faced the council." Illyra's lips curved in a contented sigh. "It feels like a lifetime ago. Today we celebrate not only our past but our future." She paused beside the marble fountain at the center, a motif of lilies carved in stone that now spouted crystal water into a basin of floating petals. "I want the festival to bring every branch of the Ravenswood family together. Let there be music, laughter, and storytelling so that each generation can share what they've learned. Lady Mirek approached, holding a brass horn. The heralds will sound the opening call in an hour. Your aunt, Lady Isolde, will deliver the keynote beneath the eastern colonnade. After that, each household may present a memory tableau, a living portrait celebrating a bride's story. She handed Illyra the horn. Will you lead the first procession? Illyra nodded, lifting the horn to her lips. A clear, ringing note echoed through the courtyard. It was answered by 3 more horns, the marshlands, the highlands, and the riverwatch branches joining in a harmonious fanfare that rose like a chorus of ravens taking flight. Servants lit the lanterns along the arches, and the courtyard brightened with soft, golden light. A hush fell over the assembled guests, family, allies, and even humble villagers invited to witness the new rite. At the east colonnade, Lady Isolde stood before the grand dais, her silver hair crowned by a wreath of lilies. She raised her hand and spoke in a steady voice. Today we honor our foremothers' brides who bore courage where fear once ruled. Today we remember Celeste and her daughter, whose reunion broke the bonds of sorrow. From this dawn forth, the Festival of Lilies shall mark our unity, our remembrance, and our hope. Let every bride, every daughter, every son, and every heart fragile or fearless find solace in these blooms and strength in our shared story. Applause rippled through the courtyard, carried by candlelight and the rustle of silk. Musicians struck up a gentle melody on harps and flutes, and the procession began. Illyra led Lady Mirek and Lady Isolde in a dance step along the fountain's rim, scattering petals as they passed. Behind them, banners unfurled to reveal living tableaus. One depicted Celeste's wedding, another the midwife Marielle guiding her daughter to safety, a third showed Illyra and Rowan standing before the Shrine of Remembrance. As the evening unfolded, laughter and tears mingled among generations. Cousins who had never met embraced, old rivals clasped hands in newfound respect, and children chased glowing fireflies beneath the arches. Tables groaned with silver platters of spiced pheasant, honey-glazed root vegetables, fresh goat cheese, and sweet tarts scented with elderflower. Toasts rang out, to Illyra the brave, to Rowan the steadfast, to Lady Mirek the keeper of secrets, and to every bride whose memory would now guide future Ravenswoods. Late into the night, as lanterns dimmed and the last harp notes faded, Illyra wandered to the courtyard's edge and found the marble lily basin still shimmering under starlight. Rowan joined her, offering a cup of hot spiced wine. She sipped gratefully, inhaling the scent of rose hips and cinnamon. Look, Rowan whispered, pointing to the water. In the basin floated a single white lily whose petals glowed softly, an echo of the reliquary's light. It's as if the spirits themselves bless us. Illyra smiled, touching the petal. It felt warm. They do. Tonight, I think they rest more peacefully than they have in centuries. She settled beside Rowan on the fountain's ledge. But our work continues. We must ensure the festival endures and that the memory of every bride remains alive. Rowan nodded. Together. A ripple in the courtyard drew Illyra's gaze toward the pavilion where the raven's ledger had been displayed. There, by torchlight, A hooded figure studied the open pages now updated with the birth name of Lyra Ravenswood and the tale of her mother Celeste's reunion. Illyra recognized the silver raven tattoo on the figure's wrist. It was one of Lady Mirek's attendants. At her side stood a man whose profile sent a chill through Illyra's spine, Captain Elias Grey. He whispered something to the attendant, then disappeared into the shadows beyond the pavilion's lantern glow. Illyra frowned, nudging Rowan. Grey is still here. She pointed toward the empty entry to the pavilion. He should have sailed back to Old Haven before midnight. Rowan followed her gaze. Perhaps he waits with news or... Illyra's green eyes narrowed. We mustn't assume malice, but we can't ignore it, either. Tomorrow we'll need to speak with him, ensure there's no betrayal in his records. She took a steadying breath. The festival can unite us, but vigilance will keep us safe. Rowan linked his arm through hers. Rest now. We'll face whatever comes with the dawn. Illyra leaned into him, the warmth of his cloak a comfort against the night air. Around them, lanterns flickered and petals drifted like snow. The Festival of Lilies would be remembered as the turning point in Ravenswood history, but already, new mysteries stirred beneath the surface of celebration. As the final embers of the hearth faded in the great hall, Illyra's heart brimmed with hope and a quiet resolve, to honor the past, safeguard the present, and forge a future where every Ravenswood bride could walk unafraid, guided by memory's light and love's enduring bloom. The dawn after the Festival of Lilies broke gently over Blackthorn Manor, pale light spilling across dewy petals and lantern-lit pathways. Yet beneath the tranquility lay an undercurrent of unease. Illyra Ravenswood awoke before sunrise, haunted by the memory of Captain Grey's unexpected presence at the festival's close. She dressed quickly in riding leather's sturdy boots, dark trousers, and a forest green jerkin, and tucked her silver dagger into her belt. Rowan Blackthorn found her in the courtyard, cradling a steaming cup of chamomile tea. "You're up early," he observed softly, brushing back a lock of her dark hair. Illyra nodded. "I need to speak with Grey before he departs. Something about his visit at midnight feels deliberate." Rowan met her gaze with quiet concern. "I'll accompany you." They made their way to the west gate, where Captain Elias Grey stood beside his sloop, the tide still low. The captain wore a long coat of midnight blue wool, and his raven ring caught the morning light. He looked older than the day before, haggard, drawn, but his eyes were as sharp as ever. "Lady Illyra, Lord Rowan," he greeted, inclining his head. "I apologize for lingering. The tide delayed my departure, and I had matters to settle." He paused, measuring them both. "Matters that involve the security of your house." Illyra folded her arms. "Explain yourself, Captain. Why remain at the festival? And what matters could concern Blackthorn Manor so deeply?" Grey sighed, running a hand through his salt and pepper hair. "Last night, in the Ledger Pavilion, I found something troubling, a sealed letter slipped among the pages of the Raven's ledger. He produced an envelope of heavy parchment, sealed with red wax bearing an unfamiliar crest, a wolf's head surrounded by thorns. "Addressed to you, my lady." Illyra took it, recognizing her own crest beneath the wolf's seal. She broke the wax and unfolded the letter. Illyra Ravenswood. Beware the hand that guided you to the tower. Not all within Blackthorn's walls are your allies. Some still cling to old rights of power and vengeance. Seek the truth in the old bell tower at dusk, before the moon bleeds full. A watcher in shadow. Illyra's heart quickened. "A threat," she whispered. "But who?" She looked at Grey. "Why give this to me instead of burning it?" Grey's expression was grave. "Because I believe my ledger is compromised. I have allies in Old Haven who intercepted a shipment of letters meant for Lady Rowena. They reference rites of binding and purification by sacrifice, dark variations of your new ceremonies. If Rowena or her supporters seek to reclaim power by blood, they will target you." Rowan's jaw clenched. Rowena has always been a traditionalist, but murder. To reclaim a curse. He turned to Illyra. "We must inform Lady Isolde and gather those we trust." Illyra tucked the letter into her tunic. "Thank you, Captain. We owe you more than gratitude." She offered him a small silver medallion, an emblem of the newly formed alliance of lilies and ravens. "Please accept this as a token of our trust." Grey accepted it with a solemn nod. "May it protect you when darkness falls." He stepped onto his boat, ready to cast off. "I sail at high tide. If you need me, send word via Old Haven. And be wary of those who smile too brightly." With that, he raised his sail and slipped away, leaving gentle ripples in his wake. Illyra and Rowan watched until the sloop disappeared around the headland, then turned back toward the manor. In the Great Hall, Lady Isolde convened an emergency gathering of the inner circle, Lady Mirek, Lord Garrick, Mistress Harlow, and 2 other trusted advisors. Illyra and Rowan entered, bowing respectfully. When Illyra produced the letter, murmurs rippled through the chamber. "Binding rights by sacrifice." Lady Isolde's voice trembled. "This is the darkest heresy chants that call upon our ancestors' spirits to demand blood." Mistress Harlow sighed. "The old texts speak of such rites, but they were banned centuries ago. Only in dire corruption would someone resurrect them." Lord Garrick slammed his palm on the table. "Rowena must be behind this. She feared her influence wane after the festival. She'll stop at nothing to regain her standing." Illyra raised a hand. "We must not jump to conclusions. Rowena may be a suspect, but we need proof, perhaps in her private chambers or correspondence." Lady Mirek nodded. "I will gather a small team to search Lady Rowena's quarters discreetly. Meanwhile, Illyra, Rowan, Mistress Harlow, and I will inspect the bell tower at dusk, as the letter suggests." If the watcher is genuine, they left clues there. A hush fell as the council agreed. Plans were set, Lady Mirek to send 2 scouts to observe Rowena's apartments, Mistress Harlow to prepare protective wards, and Rowan to train a small guard unit in defense of the manor and its grounds. Illyra, meanwhile, would consult the newly updated Raven's Ledger for any hidden references to bell tower rituals. The late afternoon sun gilded the spires of Blackthorn Manor as Illyra climbed the spiral staircase to the old bell tower. Rowan followed, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Each step echoed like a heartbeat, and dust motes swirled in slanted rays of light. At the top, the bell chamber's heavy wooden beams creaked under the weight of centuries. Illyra swept aside cobwebs to reveal a stone slab carved with runes. Beneath them was an inscription in archaic Ravenswood tongue. When the moon is full and the lilies weep, the echo of bells will call the blood to keep. She read aloud, her voice trembling. That matches the watcher's warning before the moon bleeds full. The next full moon is tonight. Rowan frowned. Then the conspirators plan their right here, under the bell's toll. We must prevent it. Illyra moved to the chamber's edge, peering through slender slits at the courtyard below. Shadows lengthened as dusk approached. She drew her dagger, its blade glinting. We should station guards at each exit, and sweep every chamber. But Rowan and I will confront whoever attempts this. Rowan's hand closed over hers. Together, they descended quickly and relayed instructions to the guards. By twilight, the manor was hushed but vigilant. Torches burned bright in corridors, sentries stood watch at every staircase. Meanwhile, Lady Mirek's scouts reported that Lady Rowena had been seen sending a sealed parcel to an unknown recipient beneath the guise of gifts for the festival. Mistress Harlow deciphered the seal, a coiled serpent encircling a dagger, the emblem of the exiled House Serpentine, rumored to be deep in debt and resentment toward Ravenswoods. Illyra's pulse raced. A foreign power, perhaps in league with Rowena, seeks to resurrect blood rights. They may have smuggled Serpentine supporters into our walls during the festival. At dusk, the full moon rose pale and pockmarked above the courtyard. Beneath its glow, Rowan led Illyra and Lady Mirek back to the bell tower entrance. The massive bronze bell loomed above, its clapper held by thick ropes. Illyra approached the bell and examined its switch, rusty iron grating that would ring the tower in solemn tolls. Suddenly, a figure darted from the shadows, a hooded individual carrying a satchel. Illyra recognized the serpent seal embroidered on the satchel's flap. "Stop," she commanded. "You there, show yourself." The figure froze, then spun, drawing a curved blade imbued with a faint crimson glow. Guards rushed forward, but the intruder struck the bell's rope, sending a single, ominous toll across the manor grounds. Ding! Illyra lunged forward, catching the figure's arm. Steel scraped against wood. The blade's glow pulsated. Rowan tackled the assailant, wresting the weapon away. In the moonlight, they saw the face beneath the hood, an attendant from Lady Rowena's household. Fear and defiance warred in his eyes. "Did they send you?" Illyra demanded. "The exiled house Serpentine." The man spat blood. "You know nothing of power. The old ways must return, or your lilies will wither and your legacy die." Lady Mirek stepped forward, placing a hand on her hip. "You serve no worthy cause. You betrayed your oath." Before another word could be spoken, a second bell toll sounded ding. Ding. Echoing from afar. The conspirators had triggered multiple bells across the estate. Illyra's heart pounded. "They've split into cells. Our scouts must have been compromised." Rowan checked his dagger, face set. "Then we hunt them down." In swift coordination, the guards fanned out through corridors while Illyra and Rowan pursued shadows and whispers. Lady Mirek raced to the western staircase to secure Lady Rowena's quarters. The moon climbed higher, its pale light guiding the defenders through hidden alcoves and secret passages. By the time the third bell tolled, the manor was alive with the clash of steel on steel, the shout of sentries, and the clatter of metal. Illyra raced down a dim hallway, barrel vaults overhead, until she confronted a group of masked assailants brandishing cruel-looking knives. Holding her dagger at the ready, she called out, "Lay down your weapons. You will answer for this treachery." One lunged, but Rowan intercepted, knocking the blade aside. Together they disarmed the conspirators, binding them with lengths of rope. The masks fell, revealing faces twisted by fanaticism, attendants, a distant cousin, and one man with the serpent tattoo of House Serpentine bleeding ink under his collar. Illyra stood, panting, amid the captured ring. "Find their leader and bring them to the courtyard. The council will judge them by dawn's light." As the first rays of moonlit dawn crept through the stained glass windows, the bells finally fell silent. Blackthorn Manor, once a stage for vengeance, now stood as its own fortress of justice. Illyra surveyed the fallen conspirators, steel's heaps of lilies scattering petals in the gentle breeze. Rowan placed a hand on her shoulder. "You saved us again." Illyra wiped sweat from her brow, determination kindling in her green eyes. "The lilies will not wither. Our legacy endures, because we protected by remembrance and by courage." And as the moon dipped beneath the horizon, the manor's towers bore witness to a new truth: power is not stolen through fear and blood, but safeguarded by unity, vigilance, and hearts willing to face the darkest shadows even when they rise within one's own walls. Illyra Ravenswood awoke the morning after the thwarted conspiracy with a sense of purpose that burned hotter than any pain. The dawn light glimmered over Blackthorn Manor's towers, gleaming off the white lilies planted in neat beds. Though the traitors had been captured and the bells silenced, a new question pulsed beneath her thoughts: what became of the living bloodline begun by Celeste's hidden daughter? The spirit reunion had freed mother and child in death, but Illyra believed the child's legacy must endure in flesh as well as spirit. Rowan Blackthorn found her in the courtyard's west wing corridor, where the rose-scented breeze drifted in through tall windows. He carried a leather satchel that clinked softly with metal. Up early, he said gently, sliding the satchel strap over his shoulder. Lady Mirek told me you wished to return to the catacombs of memory. Illyra nodded, smoothing the folds of her riding habit. I can't shake the feeling that Marielle's note about Sanctuary's Keep hinted at more than just the reliquary. The note spoke of Sanctuary's Keep beneath the White Tower, but not of sealing spirits, rather of hiding a child in safety. If her daughter survived, she may have lived in secret chambers beneath the keep. Rowan's grey eyes lit with understanding. You think there's a hidden heir alive somewhere descended from Celeste? Illyra palmed the silver locket at her throat. Lyra. That must be her name. We inscribed it in the Raven's ledger, but no chronicler could have recorded the life of a child kept hidden by the keep's custodians. I intend to find her. He offered her a small smile. Then we return to the catacombs. Mirek will guide us to any sealed passages. Moments later, Lady Mirek joined them in the Grand Hall, carrying a rolled parchment. I consulted the keep's original blueprints, sequestered in the Manor archives, she explained. There exists a secondary vault beneath the catacombs, accessed only by aligning 3 reliquaries, Celeste's locket, the child's swaddling cloth, and the black rose banished after the ritual. When placed upon a triangular pedestal, they unlock a hidden stair. Illyra's pulse quickened. We have all 3 reliquaries. She patted Rowan's satchel. Let us go. An hour later they re-entered the catacombs of memory, their torches casting trembling light on the marble columns. The urn-lined walls felt warmer now, suffused with the gentle glow of rekindled wards. Lady Mirek led the way to the marble shrine pedestal where Celeste's locket had rested. Illyra approached and carefully retrieved the locket from its notch, then lifted the swaddling cloth from its glass reliquary. Her fingers trembled as she unrolled it, revealing the delicate embroidery of lilies and raven feathers. Finally, Rowan produced the black rose pressed and preserved since the festival of lilies, still bearing its subtle perfume of myrrh. Lady Mirek motioned toward 3 triangular depressions carved into the pedestal's surface. Place them together, and speak the invocation inscribed on this parchment. She unrolled the sheet and displayed ancient script. By mother's faith and midwife's vow. By blood concealed and spirit freed. Open the path where shadows bow. Let hidden life find light in need. Illyra nodded and laid Celeste's locket in the first depression. Rowan placed the swaddling cloth in the second, smoothing it flat. Illyra then set the black rose in the third. The 3 reliquaries formed a perfect triangle. She cleared her throat and recited the invocation in a steady voice. A low rumble vibrated beneath their feet. The flame of their torches flickered and stretched upward. Slowly, a triangular panel at the pedestal's base slid inward, revealing a narrow stone staircase spiraling down into darkness. Rowan drew his sword, its steel glinting. After you, my lady. Illyra took a deep breath and led the descent. The steps were slick with centuries of damp, and the air grew cooler with each turn. At the bottom lay a circular chamber carved from pale limestone. In its center, a small iron door portcullis barred entry to a vault beyond. On the walls were frescoes, a mother cradling a babe beneath a white tower, a midwife prayers by candlelight, a baby's swaddled form hidden beneath lily fronds. Illyro laid her hand on the iron bars. It must open. She turned to Lady Mirek. Is there another key? Lady Mirek consulted her ledger. Yes, the keep's founder, Lord Remington Ravenswood, sealed this chamber with an oath. Only blood of his line may open it. A drop of Celeste's lineage, mixed with the blood of the keep's heir. Rowan nodded. I will fulfill the oath. He drew a small dagger and made a shallow cut on his palm, letting a drop of his blood fall onto the portcullis's lock. Illyro then pricked her finger, letting one drop mingle with his on the iron. The metal hissed and glowed veins of crimson. The portcullis grated upward, admitting them. Beyond lay a modest chamber lit by slits of moonlight through a grate high above. A single cradle sat in its center, an oak chest carved with lily motifs, padded with white linen. On a low table beside it stood a dusty oil lamp and a small wooden writing desk. Illyro's heart raced as she approached. Rowan drew back the padded cover of the chest, revealing a soft swaddling cloth identical to the one in the reliquary. Within lay a small bundle of carefully folded garments, a gown of creamy muslin, a bonnet edged in silver lace, and beside them, a leather-bound journal. Illyro lifted the journal with reverence. Its cover bore a single initial in silver leaf, L. She opened it to the first page, written in a neat, feminine hand. June 12, 1854. My dearest child Lyra. If you read this, know that I watched over you from the shadows, even as you slept in this hidden cradle. Your mother, Celeste, whispered my promise, you shall lie free of curses and fear. I have taught you our family's history through these pages, and have prayed that one day, you would emerge from hiding to claim your heritage. Be brave, my sweet Lyra. The world may not know you now, but your blood carries both Ravenswood strength and Eastwood compassion. When the time is right, seek the white lilies wherever they grow and find the place where the past and future meet. With all my heart. Marielle Touché. Illyro's eyes blurred with tears. She wrote this for her daughter. She traced the words with her fingertip. Lyra must have grown reading this journal. She turned the page, revealing dated entries that chronicled Lyra's childhood in secret, her first steps beneath the tower's shadow, her lessons in reading runes and lullabies, her bond with the keep's wardens. The final entry read: May 5, 1874. Tonight, I leave you in safety. The time has come for your journey. Seek the Ravenswood banner at Blackthorn Manor and know that you are never alone. Marielle. Illyro looked up, stunned by the date. 1874. She did the math. Lyra would be over 20 years old, an adult now living in the world beyond the keep. She's alive, somewhere. Rowan closed his hand over the journal. Marielle's faith paid off. Lyra has Marielle's cunning and Celeste's heart. Lady Mirek nodded. But where did Marielle send her? This chamber was only meant for her infancy. Lyra must have moved on, perhaps to Old Haven or the city beyond. Illyra's chest tightened with both excitement and dread. We must find her before she discovers her past another way. If House Serpentine or any other faction learns of her existence first, they may use her as a pawn. Rowan squared his shoulders. Then we begin the search. The journal's later pages may hold clues. Illyra turned another page. Marielle's handwriting became cramped and irregular, as though penned in haste. The keep grows uneasy at my presence. I fear they suspect I teach her too much. Tomorrow I send her away to a family friend in the merchant's quarter of Old Haven. I leave her with the ring silver raven on a bed of lilies. She will know then her name. Pray for her, Marielle. Illyra's heart pounded. A ring, like the medallion we gave Grey. She looked to Rowan. Could Captain Grey have been that family friend's envoy? Rowan frowned. He travels trade routes to Old Haven. Perhaps he delivered her into safe hands and then kept secret until now. Illyra clutched the journal. Then our first lead is the merchant's quarter of Old Haven, seeking a woman matching Lyra's description who wears a raven and lily ring. Lady Mirek stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Illyra's arm. You carry the torch of her story now, let it guide you to the hidden heir. Illyra looked at the cradle, its oak wood dim in moonlight. Thank you, Marielle. Celeste. Your faith preserved more than memory. You preserved a life. She closed the journal and tucked it into Rowan's satchel. As they retraced their steps up the secret stair and through the triangulated reliquary chamber, Illyra felt the weight of destiny settle on her shoulders. The curse had been broken, the spirits freed, but a living heir waited beyond the catacombs, a child grown to womanhood, unaware of her true name. Above, the lilies in the courtyard swayed in a gentle breeze, their petals white as hope itself. Illyra and Rowan emerged from the secret stair into the dawn light, determined to bring Lyra into the circle of truth and write the next chapter of Ravenswood history together, one blossom at a time. The sun had barely crested the rooftops of Old Haven when Illyra Ravenswood and Rowan Blackthorn disembarked from the merchant sloop at the bustling quay. The harbor was alive with morning trade, fishermen hauling nets heavy with silver-scaled fish, crate-laden carts rattling over cobblestones, and the cry of gulls circling overhead. Yet beneath the din lay a scent of mystery, whispers of secret lives, hidden passages, and the promise of long-buried truths. Illyra adjusted the silver raven and lily medallion pinned to her bodice, the same design Marielle Touché had entrusted to her daughter Lyra so many decades earlier. She held Rowan's arm. This quarter is known for its winding alleys, she said, voice low. If Lyra settled here, she would choose a place off the beaten path where a single ring could mark her without drawing attention. Rowan nodded, scanning the shutters and doorways of timbered houses. Keep your eyes on the signs of craft, tailors, artists, scribes. She might have apprenticed in one. Their first stop was a mapmaker's shop run by an elderly cartographer named Vince Del Mar, whose exquisite charts of Old Haven were said to be unrivaled. His shop entrance bore a carved wooden sign of crossed quills and parchment. Inside, maps of every alley and hidden passage were pinned to the walls. Illyra laid out Marielle's journal on his desk. I need to find any reference to a ring delivered to a family friend in the merchant's quarter around 1874, a ring of raven wings entwined with lilies. Vance peered over his spectacles, tracing a finger along a worn chart. That quarter east of the market square was once home to the Ehrlich family, merchants who vanished after a series of misfortunes. Rumor says their heiress married into a distant noble house and left town. He tapped a narrow alley on the map. Their townhouse still stands on Lily Lane. Look for the bronze plaque above the door, the lily pressed against a raven's wing. Illyra's heart raced. Thank you. They threaded through Old Haven's winding streets, passing stalls where vendors sold spiced meats, dyed silks, and battered tomes. At last, they found Lily Lane, a sun-dappled corridor of shop fronts and small cafes. Above one unassuming doorway hung a tarnished bronze plaque depicting a single lily wrapped in a raven's wing. The paint was chipped, but the design was unmistakable. Rowan knocked. After a moment, the door opened to reveal a slender woman with ash blonde hair pulled into a loose bun. Her green eyes widened when she saw Illyra's medallion. Lady Ravenswood, she whispered. Illyra inclined her head. I believe you were expecting me. The woman's expression shifted from surprise to relief. Come in. I'm Isabella Ehrlich, descendant of the family that sheltered young Lyra. She stepped aside, ushering them into a cozy parlor filled with potted lilies and raven feather quills displayed in a glass case. A single pouring of sweet tea steamed on a low table. Isabella led them to the case. This is the ring you seek. She opened the case, lifting a velvet cushion upon which rested a silver ring, a stylized raven's wing cradling a carved lily petal. Marielle Touche entrusted it to my great-grandmother the day she departed Sanctuary's keep. My family was to protect Lyra until she could claim her birthright. Illyra reached forward, her fingers trembling as she cradled the ring. Thank you, all of you. She slid it onto her own finger, then looked at Rowan. This ring marked her safely, so only those who knew its secret could find her. Isabella bowed her head. Lyra grew under our care until she was old enough to journey free. She left in her 20th year to seek her place in the city. Because of her lineage, we sent word to a distant cousin in the merchant guild, one Eamon Torvin, who agreed to take her as an apprentice scribe. But after that, we lost contact. We tried letters, but none reached her. Rowan frowned. So she vanished from every record. Illyra's mind raced. Eamon Torvin, scribe. Perhaps his workshop still stands near the guild hall. She turned back to Isabella. Do you have any indication of where he lived? Isabella produced a folded sheet of parchment smudged with age. His workshop reputedly lay beside the Hall of Ledgers, near the old bell tower, ironically the same tower where we discovered the conspiracy. He was known for keeping coded ciphers. Illyra exchanged a look with Rowan. Then that is our next destination. She stood, placing the ring in her palm. If he still holds any record, perhaps Lyra's apprenticeship contract or a letter, we might discover where she went. Isabella guided them back into the morning bustle. As they crossed the market square, Illyra felt the weight of the city's history pressing in, the carved gargoyles perched on rooflines, the stone gargoyles of river bridges, and the catcalls of street urchins echoing off the stone walls. At the foot of the Hall of Ledgers, a tall building with massive oak doors and fluted columns, they paused. A smaller side entrance bore a carving of a quill and inkwell. Rowan pushed open the side door. Inside, the workshop was silent, lit by shafts of sunlight through high windows. Desks cluttered with parchment, inkwells, and tight rolls of paper lined the walls. In one corner, a heavy iron-bound chest sat locked with a keyhole shaped like a raven's beak. Above it, a faded banner read, "Torvin's Trustworthy Transcriptions." Illyra approached and pressed her hand to the chest. He would have secured his most important records here. She slipped the medallion of lilies and ravens from her neck and pressed it against the keyhole. To her surprise, the chest clicked open. Inside lay bundles of letters, each tied with faded ribbons, and a small ledger inscribed "Apprentice Records, Eamon Torvin." Rowan picked up the ledger, brushing off dust. "These contracts, yes. Here, Liliana Ravenswood, name changed to Lyra Torvin, entered apprenticeship on June 15, 1874. Her performance notes end in 1878, when she received freedom papers. The final entry, Lyra leaves for mainland opportunity. Untraceable." Illyra's breath caught. Mainland across the sea from Old Haven. She must have taken ship. She rifled through the letters, one dated 1878, addressed to Miss L. Torvin from a Captain Merrick of the Gull's Wing. Rowan opened the letter. "Dear Lyra, your skill with ciphers and manners suit a naval position. I can offer you passage as clerk aboard the Gull's Wing, bound for the Kingdom of Arundel. They seek a records officer for the Queen's archives. If you accept, follow the silver gull feather insignia at Dock 9. Yours, Capt. Merrick." Illyra looked up, excitement and concern mingling in her gaze. She went to serve in Arundel's court, no wonder she vanished from Old Haven's records. Rowan clasped her hand. "Then our search must sail beyond these shores or send word across the sea." Illyra closed the last bundle of letters and replaced them in the chest. "We cannot delay. If Lyra stayed in Arundel, we must find a way to reach her. But first, we should inform Lady Myrick and Mistress Harlow, so we can prepare safe passage." As they left the workshop, Illyra's mind swirled with possibilities, a life lived in royal service, the chance of meeting a hidden heir whose heart might waver between gratitude and fear, and the Urgency of shielding her from any lingering enemies of her blood. The ocean breeze tugged at her hair as she glanced back at the Hall of Ledgers. In her palm lay the raven and lily ring, a symbol of hope and the final clue to a story nearly lost to time. With Rowan at her side, Illyra knew they would follow that story wherever it led, across storm-swept seas, through royal courts, and into the heart of a young woman unaware that she was not only a scribe, but the living testament of love, sacrifice, and the enduring legacy of Ravenswood. The salt-scented dawn found Illyra Ravenswood and Rowan Blackthorn at Old Haven's eastern docks, where the slender clipper Windward Star prepared to weigh anchor for the kingdom of Arendelle. The vessel's snow-white sails billowed in the morning breeze, emblazoned with the gilded emblem of a gull in full flight, Captain Marek's standard. Below decks, crates of provisions and barrels of fresh water were already stowed, while sailors coiled hempen lines and unfurled timber gangplanks. Illyra stood on the quay, the raven and lily ring glinting at her throat, her riding leathers replaced by a traveling gown of deep teal wool embroidered with silver flax, a color beyond suspicion in foreign courts. Rowan adjusted his cloak, sword hidden beneath, his eyes scanning the gently rocking hull. "Are you certain you wish to go undercover?" he asked softly. "Arendelle's court is rife with factions, and revealing yourself too quickly could endanger Lyra and our mission." Illyra inhaled the brisk air, determination hardening in her chest. If Lyra serves as clerk to the Royal Archives, she will be cautious. I must appear as a humble petitioner, one seeking records of her mother's legacy. I'll approach her through official channels. Once she recognizes the ring, I will trust she will understand. She held out the ring to Rowan. "Keep this safe until I need it." He slipped it into his vest pocket. "I'll be on watch. Should danger arise, I'll slip you this ring as a sign. Until then, keep our purpose close to your heart." She smiled, gratitude softening her stern expression. "And you keep your sword close to mine." By mid-morning, the Windward Star slipped down the channel, its hull cutting through glassy waters beneath a sky of shimmering blue. Illyra watched the receding spires of Old Haven fade into mist, the gulls wheeling overhead as if to bid her farewell. Below, Rowan joined her on deck, his brown cloak snapping in the wind. "You've secured a letter of introduction from Deputy Archivist Avellini in Old Haven," he reminded her, gesturing to a folded parchment bearing the old town seal. "Present that at the Arendelle Gatehouse, it will grant you access to the Royal Archive Pavilion." Illyra folded it carefully and slid it into the inside pocket of her gown. "Thank you. Without that, I would be turned away." She traced the Old Haven seal, 3 towers rising from waves. "I pray Lyra still remembers the teaching letters they sent her here, her loyalty to the craft." Rowan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "She is capable and clever just like her mother." All day the clipper sped southward, past rocky isles and sea-swallow cliffs. At sundown, men lowered lanterns to rig lantern nets, and the deck filled with shadows dancing to the hush of the waves. Over the rail, Illyra glimpsed phosphorescent fish trailing in the phosphor glow, nature's silent heralds guiding their voyage. That night, As the lantern's warm glow washed against the deck planks, Captain Merrick appeared at the rail, a lanky man with salt-streaked hair and weathered features. He held 2 silver tankards of spiced wine and offered one to Illyra. To new alliances, he toasted. May Arundale's breeze favor your sails. Illyra accepted, lifting the cup. And may the guardians of memory guide us. He inclined his head. I have buried for many years the secret of Lyra's origins. I suspect the exiled House Serpentine has agents here, enemies who would use her blood against the Ravenswood name. Be cautious in the palace. Rowan's hand tightened on his sword hilt. We will. On the 5th day, the Windward Star entered the broad bay of Arundale's capital, Andoria. White sandstone walls rose sheer from the sea, gleaming like ivory under the morning sun. Between 2 tall sea gates lay the grand harbor, where sleek war galleys and merchant carracks rode at anchor. Illyra's heart fluttered at the sight of the alabaster citadel perched above the city, a cluster of towers, terraces, and flying buttresses crowned by the royal palace's central dome. They disembarked onto a long wooden pier, flanked by armored sentries bearing the royal standard, a silver wolf's head beneath a crescent moon. Rowan and Illyra presented Deputy Archivist Avellini's letter to the gate lieutenant, who barked an order and waved them through. Beyond the gates, the bustling port district unfurled, stalls of imported silks, crates of exotic spices, and beggars calling for coin. Illyra wove through the crowds in a swirl of skirts and lantern-lit lanterns, Rowan at her side for protection. They passed a signboard for the Royal Archive Pavilion, an imposing structure of carved marble and stained glass in the heart of the citadel quarter. A long colonnade led to its main entrance, where a bronze relief depicted a scholar handing a scroll to a crowned queen. Before the grand doors, they found Lyra's name inscribed on a ledger board, Lyra Torvin, Senior Clerk of Royal Records. Illyra's hands trembled as she drew a deep breath and approached the archivist's desk. A young woman looked up from a pile of vellum scrolls, her ash-blonde hair gathered in a loose braid, her green eyes scanning Illyra's traveling garb. Recognition flickered in her gaze, though framed by polite restraint. "May I help you?" the clerk asked, voice soft as parchment rustling. Illyra inclined her head. "Miss Torvin. My name is Illyra Ravenswood, from Old Haven. I have come seeking a personal audience regarding the heritage of your mother, Lady Celeste Ravenswood." For a heartbeat, Lyra stared, her expression shifting through surprise to guarded curiosity. She set down her quill and stood. "A personal audience requires the Queen's permission," she said carefully. "But if you present Deputy Archivist Avellini's letter, I can escort you to the restricted archives." Illyra drew the folded letter and offered it. Lyra's fingers brushed the seal, she frowned, then nodded. "Very well. Follow me." Behind heavy oak doors, the restricted archives lay a vast hall of steel-bound cabinets, glass cases, and scroll racks that climbed 2 stories high. Torches in lion-headed sconces flickered, illuminating aisles of ancient tomes penned in dozens of languages. Lyra led Illyra to a raised dais, where a wrought iron desk bore a single brass candlestick and awaiting papers. I am aware of your quest, Lyra said softly once they stood alone. Captain Merrick hinted you might come. The ring, she lifted her gloved hand, revealing the raven and lily emblem beneath. I wore it when he brought me here. I never thought I would see it again. Illyra's voice caught. It belonged to your mother. We reunited her spirit with yours in the Shrine of Remembrance. Your name Lyra was inscribed in the Raven's ledger. Tears glinted in Lyra's eyes. Then the curse is truly broken. Her composure cracked for a moment, revealing the young woman beneath the clerk, a daughter longing for truth. Why have you come? Why reveal this now? Illyra stepped closer, lowering her voice. Because your life has been lived in shade and secrecy. You deserve your heritage, your place among Ravenswoods, free of fear. And because exiled factions, including House Serpentine survivors, seek to use your blood for their own power. Lyra's shoulders tensed. I have felt eyes watching me since I arrived here, letters in ciphers, threads burned into the margins of scrolls. She brushed a strand of hair back. I am no longer safe in ignorance. Illyra offered her hand. Join us. Return to Blackthorn Manor as a daughter of Ravenswood. Together we will secure your future. Lyra hesitated, her emerald gaze flicking to the endless shelves. If I abandon my role here, the archives will replace me. There are records yet unpublished, secret treaties, knowledge of other hidden heirs, forbidden runes. Rowan spoke then, stepping from the shadows. Your duty can be both here and there. You are the bridge between past and future, keeper of Ravenswood memory in two realms. Lyra looked from Illyra to Rowan, tears glistening. She exhaled. I accept. But first, I must finish my work here. Illyra nodded. We will wait. For the rest of the day, Lyra guided them through the restricted archives. She showed them scrolls that recorded Celeste's marriage contract, Margaret Ravenswood's lost diary, and the codebook used by Marielle to conceal her letters. In a hidden alcove, they found marginalia in Celeste's own hand, a stanza of poetry expressing hope for her child's safety. As the sun dipped low, Lyra produced a small leather pouch. These belong to Marielle, she said, opening it to reveal a locket holding a tiny lock of hair, a pressed lily, and a note in code. Find the chambers below the citadel's western keep, beneath the Raven's Watch. Illyra's eyes lit with discovery. Another secret beneath Arundale's walls, an echo of Sanctuary's keep here. She turned to Lyra. There is no end to these hidden legacies. But tonight, let us return to Blackthorn with what we have learned, your safe journey home, the archive's knowledge, and the courage to face whatever shadows remain. Lyra folded the pouch close to her heart. I never imagined I would leave these halls again except to return to the mother I never knew. Illyra embraced her, and Rowan joined. Under the flicker of torchlight amid centuries of records, The three formed a circle of trust and renewal. Outside, the sky blazed with sunset, and the distant cry of gulls circled above the grand citadel, messengers of hope, guiding a hidden heir home. Thus ended their day in Arundale's archives, but the next chapter awaited, uncovering Arundale's secret chambers, confronting remnants of serpentine plots, and ensuring that Lyra's return would solidify both Ravenswood's legacy and the bonds of memory that no darkness could ever sever. The air in the royal citadel's western keep was heavy with centuries of dust and silent watchfulness. Illyra Ravenswood, Lyra Torvin, and Rowan Blackthorn stood before an unassuming stone stairway hidden behind a rusted wrought iron grille, just as the coded note had directed, "Find the chambers." Below the citadel's western keep, beneath the Raven's watch. By torchlight, the raven relief carved above the doorway seemed to tilt its head, as if acknowledging their arrival. Lyra swallowed, her knuckles white around the leather pouch of Marielle's final keepsakes. "I never thought I'd return here," she whispered, voice tied with emotion. "This place sheltered me once as a baby, but now I descend as my own person, seeking answers." Illyra smiled encouragingly. "And you'll find them. Between your birthright and your craft, you have every right to know what lies buried here." She drew her cloak tight against the chill and stepped forward, lifting the grille with a creak. Rowan followed, torches in hand. The stairway spiraled down into darkness, each step carved from pale sandstone worn smooth by generations of boots. Faint ribbons of fresco ravens amid lilies faded along the walls. The hush deepened as they descended, broken only by the soft drip of condensation. At the bottom, the corridor opened onto a vaulted chamber. Enormous iron-bound doors loomed ahead, flanked by twin statues of ravens with wings unfurled. Lyra approached the door and touched the leather pouch. Marielle's locket, the lock must be keyed to it. She produced the tiny locket of her mother's hair and pressed it into a recessed slot shaped like a raven's beak. The lock clicked, and the doors swung open, revealing a low-lit hall lined with alcoves. Each alcove housed dusty scrolls, glass cases, and fountains of shallow water that refracted torchlight into dancing patterns on the ceiling. In the center of the room stood an octagonal dais carved with 12 lilies and a single raven at its heart. Above them, a shallow domed ceiling displayed a painted night sky, constellations tracing the paths that Celeste once traced in her dreams. Illyra stepped forward to inspect a glass case. Inside lay an ornate journal bound in raven black leather, its cover stamped with the crest of Marielle's midwife guild. The title, in Marielle's flowing hand, reads "Songs of Sanctuary, the Midwife's Testament." Lyra held her breath as Illyra lifted the glass lid. "It's her own collection of lullabies, medical remedies, and coded entries about your arrival," Illyra explained softly. She opened to the first page, where Marielle had recorded the exact date and time of Lyra's birth, along with the alignment of the heavens, a midwife's assurance that her life was written among the stars. Lyra's eyes glistened. "My story, preserved here." She traced the silver ink with trembling fingers. "But why keep this hidden? Who decided that my mother's work should remain secret?" Before Illyra could answer, a rumble echoed through the chamber. Rowan held up his torch. "We're not alone." From the shadows flickered the silhouette of a hooded figure, silver hair escaping from beneath a cowl, violet eyes narrowing in recognition. Lady Mirek, Lyra breathed, relief mingled with surprise. You came. Lady Mirek Ravenswood stepped forward, her robes trailing petals of embroidered lilies. I could not trust even the Citadel's guards, she explained. House Serpentine agents still lie in wait within these halls. I followed you, fearing they would attempt to seize you and these records. She placed a gloved hand on the glass case. This repository was sealed after Celeste's disappearance. Only the true heir could open it, and only at the alignment of lilies and ravens, an oath your mother and I swore centuries ago. Illyra nodded. Your presence confirms our trust. Now, we must uncover every hidden truth before any serpentine resurgence can claim them. She retreated to one alcove and tapped a small stone tablet inscribed with runes. The mosaic shifted, revealing a narrow passage. The group advanced into a claustrophobic tunnel whose walls pulsed with faint phosphorescence. Water trickled beneath their boots, and the scent of lilies mingled with damp earth. After several tense moments, the tunnel opened into a circular vault, the Chamber of Names. Across its walls, bronze plaques bore the names of every Ravenswood bride and daughter, some faded, some newly inscribed. Among them, in silver script, was Lyra Celestine Ravenswood, born of Sanctuary's trust. Beneath her name, an empty alcove awaited a portrait. Illyra placed her hand on the cold bronze. This chamber records every woman bound to our legacy. Your name joins them, Lyra, forever part of this house. The alcove slit open, revealing a wooden box lined with white silk. Inside lay a delicate locket shaped like a lily with raven feather clasp, meant for Lyra's portrait. Lyra lifted the locket, tears shimmering. I was right to come. This is where I belong. She opened it and found a miniature likeness of Celeste, painted in watercolors on ivory. My mother's face, her love for me, captured here. A whisper of emotion passed between the assembled, the child's heir uniting past and future. Suddenly, a distant clang sounded, a bell struck deep within the keep. Rowan drew his sword. Serpentine saboteurs arriving through hidden conduits. Lady Mirek raised her staff, a slender rod topped with a silver lily. This chamber's wards will hold them for a moment. Hurry, we must secure the chant of memory scrolls. She led them to a wall cabinet brimming with vellum scrolls tied in red ribbons. One of these scrolls contains the ritual to rebind the Citadel's protections should they falter. Illyra snatched a scroll marked with the raven seal. She knelt at the dais and spread its parchment. As she began to chant the ancient invocation, her voice rising in melodic cadence, lilies carved in the dais glowed, sending arcs of silver light across the vault. The barrier at the passage sealed behind her with a gust of scented air, trapping unseen assailants in limbo. Outside, the echoes of conflict faded. Rowan returned, sheathing his sword. No breach. Your wards held true. Lyra rose, clutching the painted portrait. I will place this in the portrait hall above alongside my mother's likeness. She turned to Illyra. "Thank you for guiding me here and for returning me to my birthright." Illyra embraced her. "It is only the beginning. The memories you carry will shape Ravenswood's future. We will share these secret chambers with all who honor our legacy." Lady Mirek swept a hand over the scrolls. "And we will preserve every word, every story, so no darkness may ever sever the bonds of memory again." In the flickering vault, as the lilies and ravens glowed in harmonious unity, Illyra, Lyra, Rowan, and Lady Mirek stood together, guardians of a storied past and architects of a brighter future. Beneath the raven's watch and the shelter of lily-etched walls, they had reclaimed every hidden truth, ensuring that the heart of Ravenswood would forever beat in the light of remembrance. Banda Noi. Toi Luon now. Kwa He on Ban. No Bam Sat Kot Truyen Va Han 5000 Ki 2 and He. Bonag Wai Cho Min Luon. Dung Quen A. Kakaka. Chat GPT de Noi. Chapter 14, The Council of Remembrance and the Rising Storm. Sunlight through stained glass windows painted Blackthorn Manor's council chamber in a kaleidoscope of lilies and ravens, heralding a day of celebration and a warning of storm. Months had passed since Lyra's return, and the Festival of Lilies had become an enduring tradition, binding Ravenswood branches near and far. Now, beneath soaring wooden beams carved with scenes of Celeste's reunion, the Council of Remembrance prepared to ratify new accords, the Archive Pact, ensuring every bride's story would remain forever recorded, and the ward renewal, fortifying the magical defenses of Eastwood and the Citadel alike. Illyra Ravenswood sat at the high bench, her emerald green eyes bright with resolve. To her right, Lady Mirek of Sanctuary's Keep reviewed scrolls of treaty language penned by Lyra Torvin herself. On her left, Lady Isolde, matriarch of the main branch, checked the final roster of attending houses. Beyond them, the long tables were flanked by representatives, Lord Garrick of the Marshlands, Lady Rowena of the Northern Keep, Ambassador Thorne of the Riverwatch branch, and newly arrived envoys from the Highlands and Borderlands. At the chamber's back, Lyra stood beside Rowan, her raven and lily ring gleaming as she adjusted her quill and ledger. As the final council horn sounded, Illyra rose. "Welcome, honored allies," she began, voice clear enough to echo throughout the chamber. "Today we enshrine our shared commitment to memory, unity, and protection. No longer shall secrets fester in darkness, nor shall fear rule our hearts." She paused, allowing her words to settle. "I call this council to order." Lady Isolde stepped forward to read the first article of the Archive Pact. Whereas the legacy of Ravenswood has been defined by both triumph and tragedy, we resolve to maintain a sanctuary archive in each branch, accessible to every bride, daughter, and ally, preserving diaries, locket portraits, and the honored ledger of names. A roll call followed, each representative pledging their branch's archive. The Marshlands would house the Lake Archive beneath Willow Keep, the Riverwatch branch would open the Waterfront Archive at Silverford, the Highlands would establish the Mountain Archive in Iron Vale, and the Northern Keep would safeguard the Snow Archive in Frost Hall. A chorus of assent rose. Lyra dipped her quill, sealing each signature with a small stamp of Raven and Lily. Illyra smiled, then turned to Lady Mirek. Next, the ward renewal. Lady Mirek ascended to the dais, holding a ceremonial ivory chalice carved with raven wings. By renewing our wards, we bind the magic of memory to our defenses, 9 pillars of remembrance, 1 for each past bride and their daughters. Each branch shall host a pillar of remembrance, a physical totem lantern, fountain, or shrine imbued with the light of recollection. She traced an arched pattern in the air with her staff to illustrate the ward's interlocking runes. When the pillars stand united, their glow will kindle the memories of the faithful, warding off shadows born of forgetfulness. Lord Garrick stepped forward to speak the renewal oath. His resonant voice filled the hall. We pledge to honor our foremothers and to stand vigilant against those who seek to exploit our vulnerabilities. Our memories shall be our shield. He dipped his gauntlet into the chalice, letting a drop of purified ward water fall onto the dais as a symbol of consecration. Representatives followed in turn, each adding a drop until 9 glimmering beads dotted the dais. Rowan and Lyra concluded the ritual, Rowan representing the protector's bond and Lyra the keeper's bond, sealing the ward renewal. Applause resonated like thunder, but beneath the celebration, a single window rattled with a sudden gust. Illyra exchanged a glance with Lady Mirek. Outside, dark clouds massed over Eastwood's ancient wood, and a hush fell as the chamber's torches flickered. Lady Rowena rose, pale but composed. With unity sealed, we must address lingering threats. House Serpentine's shadow lingers. Though their survivors were unmasked, their allies may yet strike. She revealed a sealed scroll stamped with the serpent and dagger emblem. I intercepted this communique bound for a Marauders Guild in the Borderlands and offer to buy forbidden runes stolen from our archives. A murmur of alarm swept through the chamber. Mistress Harlow, seated near the back, peered over her spectacles. The Borderland outposts guard passages through the mountains. If Serpentine sympathizers secure those runes, they could breach our wards. She tapped a finger on the scroll. We must recover the runes and ensure they return to safe custody. Illyra rose again, her voice calm but firm. Then let us form the Memory Guard, a coalition drawn from each branch. Their mission: to retrieve stolen runes, guard passageways, and stand sentinel at the pillars of remembrance. She looked toward Rowan and Lyra. Rowan will lead the Protector's Cotter, and Lyra the Keeper Scholars. Together, they will root out corruption and return the runes to our sanctuaries. Rowan bowed his head. I will muster our finest rangers, knights, and wardens of Eastwood. Lyra tapped her ledger. I will coordinate with the archivists to track shipments and intercept coded messages. Across the hall, Ambassador Thorne rose to volunteer his Riverwatch mariners to patrol the waterways near Silverford. Lady Isolde offered her personal envoy to liaison with foreign courts where runes might surface. And Lady Mirek pledged Sanctuary's Keep as a refuge for recovered artifacts, hidden beneath shifting wards known only to Ravenswood and Eastwood. As the council adjourned, representatives mingled beneath banners fluttering with raven and lily motifs. The weight of new duties settled on Illyra's shoulders, but so too did the warmth of shared purpose. She descended the dais, meeting Rowan and Lyra midway. "Your work will not be easy," she said, drawing them close. "But together, we are stronger than any darkness." Rowan's hand found hers. "And I will stand at your side always." Lyra offered a gentle smile. "The archives are safe, for now. But every memory we lose invites perdition. We must remain vigilant." Illyra nodded, then turned toward Lady Mirek. "Thank you for your counsel. Your wisdom will guide us." Mirek inclined her head. "Our legacies are entwined. Wherever darkness stirs, memory must shine." Together, the four walked beneath the vaulted arcades, passing fresh pillars, 6 lit lanterns and 3 fountains, each a promise of remembrance and protection. Outside, thunder rumbled, and raindrops pattered upon stained glass, as if heaven itself marked the turning tide of history. Later that evening, Illyra returned to her chamber. Moonlight slanted through an open window, illuminating the black rose the Lady of Sanctuary had given her, a reminder of secrets unveiled and sacrifices made. She placed it beside the Raven's ledger, now brimming with new chapters: Lyra's birth, the catacombs' rediscovery, and the archive pact. Her gaze drifted to the locket containing Celeste's portrait and to the infant's swaddling cloth framed against her desk. Each relic carried echoes of the past and the promise of the future. At her door, Rowan awaited, cloak drawn and lantern in hand. He offered a weary but genuine smile. Council concluded. Illyra returned his smile with a tired sigh of relief. Council concluded. And now the real work begins. He stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. Rest tonight. Tomorrow, we ride for Silverford to intercept the first shipment of stolen runes. She leaned into him, finding comfort in his steady warmth. Together. Outside, the storm broke in earnest, sheets of rain lashing the courtyard. Lanterns swayed, and the fresh lilies bent but did not break, resilient under the deluge. Illyra watched from her chamber window, heart full of hope and determination. The Council of Remembrance had forged unity. Now, the memory guard would prove that memory was more than candlelight against shadow. It was the living heartbeat of Ravenswood, unyielding, eternal, and ever vigilant. Dawn broke wild and low over the Riverwatch docks of Silverford, where mist curled above the dark waters and the first lanterns still burned along the quay. Illyra Ravenswood, clad in a charcoal riding habit trimmed with silver lilies, stood at the prow of a slender longboat as it slid gently into the slip. Rowan Blackthorn knelt to steady her boot on the dock. At his elbow, Lyra Torvin secured scrolls in her leather satchel and consulted a hastily scrawled note from Mistress Harlow identifying the suspected rendezvous point for the stolen runes. "Here," Lyra whispered, pointing to a weathered warehouse door marked with a half-erased serpentine sigil, a coiled serpent around a dagger hilt. "They say a rogue merchant named Corvin trades in forbidden artifacts here." She swallowed. "This is where we strike." Rowan sheathed his sword and whispered a prayer to the ward renewal pillars that glowed faintly through the mist. "Stay close to the river's edge," he advised. "If things go south, we cut through the warehouses and loop back to the docks." Illyra nodded, heart hammering with adrenaline. The council had dispatched the Memory Guard's first contingent Riverwatch mariners led by Ambassador Thorne's envoy under the cover of pre-dawn grey. Now it fell to her, Rowan, and Lyra to identify and reclaim the runes before Serpentine allies could disperse them further. They moved silently along the stone quay, boots muffled by rope coils and stray fish nets. The warehouse door groaned as Illyra pushed it open. Inside, lamplight flickered over barrels of salted fish, crates of spices, and behind them, a heavy oaken chest spattered with dried mud. Toward the back stood Corvin himself, a wiry man in weather-beaten leathers, a half-moon scar above his left eyebrow. "Ah, Lady Ravenswood," he greeted, surprise mingled with greed in his dark eyes. "And the Torvin girl, back from court, and the Blackthorn swordsman. You arrive at a most inconvenient hour. I have just finalized trades." He stepped aside, revealing a low table piled with bronze runes etched in vicious designs, crude mockeries of Ravenswood warding symbols. "These runes will be sold to the highest bidder. Some of them once protected your legacy, now they'll curse your name." Lyra's voice trembled as she stepped forward. "Corvin, those runes belong to the archives and the keepers of memory. You stole them under House Serpentine's orders." Corvin shrugged, running a calloused thumb over a rune. "Orders and coin, both binding contracts. I suggest you leave before I call my men." Illyra raised her chin. "We have the right of the ward renewal and the backing of every branch. Any who trade in those runes are traitors to Ravenswood." She snapped her fingers. From the shadows, half a dozen Riverwatch mariners emerged, crossbows trained on Corvin's men. "Your auction ends now." Corvin's face twisted with anger. He lunged for a torch, but Rowan intercepted him with a swift cuff, sending the torch skittering across the floor and igniting a crate of spice. Flames licked at the barrels, and Corvin's men panicked, stumbling backward as fire spread. The Memory Guard leapt into action. Mariners knelt and fired warning bolts overhead, clearing a path for pursuit. "Grab the runes," Illyra shouted, rushing to the table. She scooped up handfuls of the bronze pieces and stuffed them in Lyra's satchel. Lyra pressed a finger to her lips, then slipped a rune into her own palm, a protective emblem that glowed faintly when she clenched it. Rowan subdued Corvin's lieutenant, binding his wrists with rope, while the river guards contained the rest of the gang. Outside, the flames grew, smoke billowing upward like dark banners. Illyra pulled Lyra toward the rear door. "Through here," Rowan called, rush of feet behind them. They burst out into a narrow alley, where dawn's mist mingled with smoke. Across a footbridge, Rowan led them to a hidden side gate that opened onto the quay. The longboat's prow bobbed in the water, and the Riverwatch crew helped them aboard. As the oars pulled them away from the blazing warehouse, Lyra clutched her ringing satchel. "We have most of them, but some runes were lost in the fire." Her voice was resolute. Mistress Harlow said we need the heart rune, the master ward that anchors all others. If Serpentine Forces seize it, all bets are off. Illyra's jaw set. Then we head to the next location, Borderland Pass. Intelligence points to a clandestine exchange beneath the Frost Hall ruins by moonrise. She met Rowan's unwavering gaze. "Are you ready for round 2? He nodded, gripping the oar. "Lead the way, Lady Ravenswood." Behind them, the flames at Silverford lit the early sky, a stark warning that the battle for memory was far from over. But in their boat, as dawn turned to day, the recovered runes glimmered in Lyra's pack like fallen stars, evidence of victory and the promise of justice. By midday, they would regroup at the marshland's Pillar of Remembrance, bury the reclaimed runes in a consecrated pool, and prepare for the Borderlands expedition. By nightfall, Illyra vowed, they would hold the heart rune secure, and no storm, no serpent's coil, could undo the unity forged in Silverford's docks. As the longboat carved its wake into the river, the Memory Guard's first mission stood as both triumph and prelude, a clarion call to all corners of the realm that the Ravenswood name would be protected by sword, by ward, and by the unbreakable bonds of memory. A cold wind cut across the Borderland Pass as the Memory Guard's longboat drew close to the jagged cliffs of Frost Hall. Snow-dusted stones loomed overhead, and the once proud battlements of the old fortress lay in crumbled ruin, half swallowed by creeping vines of ironweed. Illyra Ravenswood stood at the prow, cloak wrapped tight against the chill, her green eyes narrowed in determination. Beside her, Rowan Blackthorn held the tiller steady, and Lyra Torvin consulted a folded map, its edges damp with river spray. At moonrise, the Serpentine agents will gather at the broken East Tower, Lyra murmured, tracing a slender line from a hidden cavern beneath collapsed masonry to a circular courtyard where the heart, rune etched in gleaming obsidian, would change hands. They'll transfer it to a warlock known as Murrin the Wick, who plans to bolt it into his staff. We must intercept before the ritual begins. Illyra's jaw set. We'll split into 2 teams. Rowan, you and I will snatch the heart rune at the East Tower. Lyra, you'll lead the Riverwatch contingent through the cavern entrance. Your knowledge of artifacts will let you identify the true rune among fakes. She glanced at Lady Mirek, standing aboard the small skiff alongside them. Mirek, can your wards hold if they raise alarms? Lady Mirek raised her silver staff, its lily finial glowing with pale energy. My wards will cloak our approach for a brief window, enough for you to strike and vanish. But once the rune awakens, expect the fortress to come alive. She turned to Lyra. Be ready to seal the cavern's mouth. If the heart rune remains with us, the Serpentine network will crumble. Lyra nodded, slipping her cloak tighter. Understood. As the boat grounded on a narrow beach of dark sand, the 4 stepped onto frost-hardened ground. Behind them, the Memory Guard's mariners formed a silent perimeter. Torches in hand, they dispersed toward hidden approaches mapped by Mistress Harlow's notes. Illyra unslung her silver-hilt sword, Rowan drew his twin dirks. Moonlight glinted off the frost-crusted stones, illuminating the path to the East Tower. They moved swiftly, boots crunching on ice. The east tower's base stood half-collapsed, an archway of shattered granite leading into a vaulted hall where flickering torchlight and chanting echoed. Illyra pressed her palm to the rune-inscribed wall, activating Lady Mirek's ward. A shimmering veil of pale light folded over them, silencing their footfalls and hiding their forms. Inside the hall, hooded figures in serpent-emblazoned robes circled a raised dais. At its center, a crystal plinth held the heart rune, a perfect black disc veined with silver, throbbing with arcane power. Murren the Wick, a gaunt warlock with sunken eyes, raised a curved dagger and drew a circle of scarlet chalk around the plinth. He began a low incantation in the tongue of the Veiled Order, his voice warping the air itself. Illyra exhaled a silent prayer. At her signal, an almost imperceptible flick of her sword hilt Rowan, and she slipped forward. Rowan plunged his blade into the chalk circle, severing the ritual line and sending sparks across the floor. The chanting broke, and the serpent-robed acolytes whirled, raising staves and hissing threats. Illyra, now! Rowan shouted. She sprang onto the dais, her cloak swirling like moonlit mist. She snatched the heart rune from its cradle, its surface warm against her gloved palm. The moment she lifted it, the rune flared with unbound energy, sending a pulse through the chamber that extinguished torches and rattled stone. Serpentine acolytes charged, but Lady Mirek's wards shimmered into being. A wave of silver light cascaded from her staff, forming a barrier of petals and feathers that hurled the attackers backward. Rowan parried a bolt of crimson energy from Murren's staff, sending the warlock staggering. Illyra hissed, clasping the rune to her chest, its heat seared through layers of wool, but she held firm. Fall back! She yelled. We have it now, vanish! They sprinted through the archway, the rune's pulse guiding them toward the cavern entrance. Behind them, the hall erupted in chaos, the warlock's voice summoned serpents of shadow that writhed along the walls, and acolytes shrieked as they tried to breach Mirek's ward. The barrier held, but its glow flickered under the onslaught. Outside, the Riverwatch contingent ran to meet them. Lyra darted forward and examined the rune in Illyra's hand, confirming its authenticity by the trace of lily-engraved glyphs only the true heart rune bore. She clasped it securely in a rune-etched pouch. Good work, Lyra panted. Now seal the cavern. She crossed to the jagged masonry, chanting a hush of protective words. Stones trembled, the hidden passage collapsed inward with a thunderous roar, burying the serpentine forces and muting the warlock's curses to a distant echo. Rowan and Illyra slumped against the rough stone. I thought we'd never see sunrise, Rowan admitted, wiping sweat and frost from his brow. Illyra exhaled, relief and triumph mingling in her chest. The heart rune is safe. With it, we can restore the ward renewal's final seal. She held the rune up to the soft light of dawn breaking behind Frost Hall's ramparts. The disc hummed in her palm, its silver veins blazing like a captive star. Lady Mirek joined them, staff still glowing. You have done more than recover a warding token, you have struck a blow against those who sought to pervert memory and power. Lyra smiled, brushing soot from her sleeves. Now the serpentine network in the borderlands is fractured. Word will spread that the heart rune is beyond their reach. She turned to Illyra. And Arundale's archives will soon host the ceremonies to reforge the final seal, binding the heart rune to the pillar of remembrance here in Frost Hall. Illyra clasped her friend's hands. Then we ride for Silverford and beyond. The Memory Guard's mission continues, but today, we celebrate. As the first light painted Frost Hall's ruins in gold, the Memory Guard rebuilt their lines, arranging the heart rune in a carved niche at the base of the newly erected Pillar of Shadows, a sculpted raven amid lilies. Rowan and Illyra stood together before the pillar, Lyra presiding with a flourish of her quill, inscribing the date and the names of all who fought at Frost Hall. A hush fell as Lady Mirek lifted her staff. By the light of memory and the unity of Ravenswood, let this pillar stand guarded. May no shadow ever claim what we reclaim in the name of truth. A chorus of voices echoed her words. Torches flared to life in the courtyard, casting dancing lantern glows across the frost. The heart rune's obsidian surface pulsed softly in its new home, its silver veins like rivulets of moonlight. Illyra wrapped her cloak tighter against the chill, her breath misting in the air. She looked to Rowan and Lyra with fierce pride. Together, they had wrested the heart rune from darkness, forged an unbreakable renewal of their wards, and struck a decisive blow against the forces that would unmake Ravenswood's legacy. And as mist lifted from the borderland pass and sunlight glinted off the pillars and the rune, Illyra knew this victory would resonate through every branch, every bride, and every child who would one day walk these halls forever, protected by the light of remembrance, the strength of unity, and the courage to face the shadows head-on. The morning mist burned away under a pale spring sun as Illyra Ravenswood, Rowan Blackthorn, and Lyra Torvin rode hard through the borderland pass, the recovered heart rune secured in Lyra's saddlebag. Frost Hall's crude pillar glimmered behind them, its obsidian disk of power now steady and warded. Yet victory's glow was tempered by the knowledge that Murren the Wick had escaped, his ritual interrupted but his vengeance far from sated. As they emerged onto the high road, Rowan raised his hand and halted their mount. "The tracks," he said, pointing to faint hoof prints and charred footprints zigzagging toward the east ridge. Murren's covenists fled on fast ponies. They'll seek refuge in the Broken Vale, then slip through secret passes into the eastern marches. Illyra frowned. He'll try to regain his strength by binding lesser runes to his staff. We can't let him reach Arundale's border with new power. She studied the map strapped to her saddle. If we intercept him in the Vale of Whispers, we can corner him before he crosses the Ravenswood frontier. Lyra, perched on her chestnut mare, tapped the rune-etched pouch hanging at her hip. Mistress Harlow warned me that the Vale of Whispers amplifies arcane echoes. His magic will ring like bells across the valley, giving us an edge, but he'll know we're coming too. She traced the winding trail on the parchment. We'll need a diversion to draw his scouts away. Rowan grinned, blood warmed by the chase. Leave that to me. I know a small hunting party of mountain folk who owe me a favor. I'll send them to raise a false alarm at the northern defile. Illyra nodded. Good. Lyra, prepare a ward for the Vale's western mouth once we drive him east. We'll seal him in. An hour later, they reached the first saddle of the Vale of Whispers, a narrow pass flanked by rock walls mottled with ancient glyphs. Rowan dismounted and slipped away into the scree, leaving Illyra and Lyra to conceal their horses in a copse of birch. The wind carried a soft susurration, the valley's namesake echoes of voices long past. Here, the walls held memories of every traveler who'd ever passed, and in the hush, Illyra could almost hear her mother's lullaby entwined with Marielle's incantations. Lyra knelt and traced her fingers through the dirt, drawing a simple word pattern of interlocking lilies and ravens. She whispered the renewal blessing, and the lines burned with a silvery glow. "That will slow their passage," she said, covering the glyphs with moss. "They'll think the Vale's magic turned against them." Illyra placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You've done well. Now, let's hide and wait for Rowan's signal." They crouched behind the birch grove as dawn light splashed the pass. At the southern mouth, a dust cloud rose, heralding Rowan's diversion. The mountain hunters had lit signal fires and banged iron rods against rocks, mimicking the approach of a raiding band. In response, scouts in dark hoods and Murren's serpentine amulets thundered toward the northern exit, leaving the central vale nearly empty. Illyra exchanged a glance with Lyra. "Now." She drew her sword, its silver edge etched with warding runes, and led them into the empty corridor. With each step, the rock walls hummed, amplifying their breath and heartbeat. At the pass's midpoint, a low cavern mouth yawned beneath a jagged outcrop, its threshold ringed by dripping stalactites. "Murren's lair," Lyra whispered. "He knew we'd follow him here." She held up the heart rune pouch. "Be ready." Inside, the cavern expanded into a vaulted grotto lit by phosphorescent lichen. At its center, Murren the Wick stood before a crude altar of basalt, his staff now tipped with the incomplete heart rune glowing with flickering crimson runes. Around him knelt several serpentine cultists, chanting in guttural tones as they pressed small iron daggers into their palms to draw blood, feeding the staff's power. Illyra's stomach clenched at the sight. Lyra gripped the runic pouch, trembling. "He's close to regaining it fully," she murmured. "We have seconds to stop him." Rowan reappeared from a side crevice, arrow nocked. "On my mark." He crouched beside Illyra, arrow aimed at Murren's back. Illyra inhaled, then burst forward in a roar, sword raised. The duo charged into the chanting circle. With a shriek, Murren spun, his eyes blazing. A shock wave of dark energy rippled from his staff, hurling two cultists into the wall. Rowan loosed his arrow, pinning one to the grotto's ceiling. Illyra's blade sang as she slashed through the chanting circle, severing black robes and warding off a bolt of twisted flame. Lyra seized the chaos as her opening. She darted to the basalt altar, pulling the heart rune pouch free. Cultists lunged, but she blurred between sparks and shadow, slipping into the alcove behind Murren. With a whispered phrase from Marielle's midwife scroll, she activated the protective ward in the pouch. The rune flared, illuminating the cavern in pure silver light, counteracting Murren's crimson glow. Murren hissed, staff crackling. You cannot thwart destiny. He thrust the staff forward, but the heart rune's silver radiance overwhelmed the dark wards, shattering the staff's head, obsidian shards clattering to the stone floor. The staff's magic imploded, sending a thunderous pulse that knocked every serpentine cultist senseless. Illyra's sword struck Murren's staff shaft, knocking it aside. Rowan closed in, seizing the warlock's shoulders. Your reign ends here, he growled. They wrestled Murren to the ground as Lyra sealed the grotto mouth with a final chant, triggering a cascade of boulders warded by Lady Mirek's distant intervention to tumble and block the cavern entirely. Murren thrashed beneath Rowan's grip, eyes blazing with fury. Illyra loomed over him, blade poised. But instead of a killing blow, she offered the heart rune. Your blood feud ends now. Swear to abandon House Serpentine's vengeance. Murren spat, but the rune's purity burned his arm as he grasped it. With a strangled curse, he felt the rune's light sear away the veils of hate bound to his heart. He dropped to his knees, trembling. I swear. His voice cracked with surrender. Illyra nodded. Then live by your word or your name is forfeit. She stepped back, and Rowan bound Murren's wrists with rune-infused chains that would hold only him, not the innocent. As dawn broke over the Vale of Whispers, Illyra, Rowan, and Lyra emerged triumphant, the heart rune once again whole, secured within Lyra's pouch. The cultists lay unconscious, their serpent sigils dimmed by the ward renewal. Rowan helped Murren to his feet. You'll answer to the Council of Remembrance, he said, eyes hard. Murren bowed his head in bitter humility. I will serve the wards I defiled. Lyra placed the pouch against the pillar carved into the rock face, a new pillar of unity fashioned from native stone, its raven and lily motif glowing softly in the morning light. She held up the rune and inserted it into the pillar's core, a surge of silver energy rippled outward, sealing the veil's magic into the renewal grid. Illyra clasped Lyra's arm. You've done beautifully. The chamber of remembrance grows stronger with each pillar. Rowan sheathed his dirk. And the memory guard stands vigilant. They paused on the hillside, looking back at Frost Hall's ruins and the Vale's newly minted pillars, symbols of resilience carved in stone and warded by memory. Ahead lay Silverford's recovered archive, Arundale's welcoming citadel, and Blackthorn Manor's white towers. But for this moment, their triumph glowed in the valley's hush, proof that the bonds of memory and unity could withstand any storm of shadow. Together, they rode from the Vale of Whispers into the rising sun, an unbreakable trio bound by oath, love, and the unyielding light of remembrance. The morning sky above Blackthorn Manor blossomed with pale gold as Illyra Ravenswood, Rowan Blackthorn, and Lyra Torvin returned triumphant from the Vale of Whispers. The heart rune safely ensconced in the Pillar of Unity, the memory guard now bore renewed confidence that the ward renewal was nearly complete. Yet as their long shadows stretched across the courtyard's white lilies, a subtle tension rippled through the mail-clad ranks. Whispers spoke of another threat, one sleeker than robed cultists, an enemy hiding behind smiles and courtesy. Gathering at the Raven's Ledger. Within the council chamber's vaulted heights, Illyra convened her closest allies around the Raven's ledger, its pages fluttering in a breeze from open windows. Lady Isolde poured steaming tea from a silver urn, while Mistress Harlow unrolled a narrow scroll bound in green ribbon. Tied to the scroll was a delicate key made of ironwood, the key to the Marshlands archive. Mistress Harlow cleared her throat. The Serpentine faction may have been fractured in the borderlands, but their influence persists in the marshlands. Reports arrived at Silverford of stolen glyph tablets, fragments of the first warding spells used in Eastwood. Their disappearance predates even Marielle's time. We must secure the marshlands archive next, lest some hidden cell plant those runes where they can be misused. Illyra traced a finger along the ledger's margin, where Lyra had inscribed Pillar of Waters, Marshlands Archive. We ride for Willow Keep at dusk, Illyra declared. Rowan will lead the escort. Lyra, you and I will descend into the flooded vault beneath the keep to recover the tablets. Rowan bowed. My guards are prepared. We'll travel under the guise of reaffirming the Riverwatch Alliance, no suspicion. His green gaze met Illyra's. We should also warn Lady Rowena. If any sympathizers linger there, she must join our search. Illyra nodded. Send word to Frost Hall's steward. We depart at first light. Journey through the Silver Fen. At noon, the Memory Guard's column threaded through the Silver Fen, the marshy border between Riverwatch lands and the Willow Reach. Illyra rode a dapple grey mare, Rowan on her left, Lyra on the right. Behind them marched 20 river guards, their oars lashed to their saddles as talismans of their earlier victory. The Silver Fen was treacherous, knee-deep water, knotted reeds clinging to boots, and fog that swirled like ghosts across the black water. Rowan paused to consult a red-ink map. The old causeway runs north of the fen. If we follow the pilings, we reach Willow Keep by sunset. Lyra wiped grit from her journal. And we must be swift, the tablet's magic makes the vault unstable. Delays risk a flood or worse. Illyra dipped a hand into the murk. Our wards hold the passage clear. Keep close to the lilies woven into the causeway's rails, they glow faintly when the renewal's power flows. She tested a rail, silver veins pulsed under her palm. We're on course. A high cry shattered the hush. One of Rowan's scouts pointed toward a collapsed bridge. Beneath the broken timbers, dark shapes slithered, serpentine sympathizers stalking their flank. Rowan raised a hand, and the column halted. They've set an ambush, he warned. Form a wedge and keep the nobles behind us. Illyra drew her sword, its runes gleaming. Riverwatch brace. At her shout, the guards formed a V, spears bristling. The ambushers, clad in mottled grey cloaks, rushed from the reeds. Blades clashed with steel, arrows sang overhead. Lyra ducked behind a guard, clutching her rune-etched pouch. With a cry, Illyra surged forward, cutting a path through the first two attackers. Rowan's dirk skittered against armor as he disarmed an adversary, then jammed the butt of his sword into the throat of a third. The tide of battle turned swiftly under the memory guard's discipline. Within moments, the ambushers lay bound or bleeding on the causeway. The scouts tended the wounded. Rowan surveyed the fallen cloaks and found a serpent's fang sigil stitched into a guard's sleeve. Their local hunters turned mercenaries. He turned to Illyra. They'll expect us at Willow Keep tonight. Illyra sheathed her blade. Then we give them a surprise. We proceed swiftly, silently. Arrival at Willow Keep. Willow Keep rose from the mire like a green-cloaked sentinel, sturdy stone walls draped in hanging vines, narrow windows barred by iron grills etched with lily patterns. A shallow moat rimmed the curtain wall, and a pair of drawbridges lay lowered in welcome. Rowan rode ahead to the gatehouse. Lady Rowena requests the honor of your presence, he announced to the guard captain. Illyra Ravenswood and party. The portcullis ground upward, admitting them into the central bailey. Lady Rowena emerged from the dais of stone benches where the Marshlands Council met, her regal bearing unchanged by the morning's fracas. She wore a gown of deep emerald spun silk, lilies of filigree silver at her neckline. Welcome home, Illyra said, dismounting. It seems the swamp stirs with old resentments. Rowena inclined her head. These lands know tides of water and of power. The tablets you seek were stored beneath my ancestors' crypts. But if serpentine agents stole them first, she turned, beckoning them into the keep's great hall. Come. We will plan our descent together. The flooded vault beneath the crypt. Beneath the keep's ancestral crypt lay an ancient chapel, rows of sarcophagi carved with lily and raven motifs, oil lamps casting flickering shadows on vaulted ceilings. A narrow spiral stair in the eastern wall led down further, its steps slick with moss. Rowena lit a torch. Here. The tablets were hidden in the Hall of Reflections, an underground reservoir whose walls bear the original warding incantations. But the serpentine thieves must have breached it. At the base of the stairs, cool water sloshed around their calves. Lyra stepped forward, chanting a quiet protective spell. The water shivered, and pale runes glowed beneath the surface, guiding them toward a stone archway carved with overlapping lilies. Within, moonlight filtered through a grate above, illuminating dozens of bronze tablets floating like petals on still water. Illyra waded forward, her sword casting shifting patterns on the tablet's underside. She reached for the first, etched with the ward of the first bride, its glyphs shining silver. She passed it to Lyra, who slipped it in her water-resistant satchel. As the second tablet joined the first, the water rumbled, a tremor of magic awakening. A ripple spread, and from the shadows a figure emerged, a cloaked serpentine acolyte wielding a trident tipped with a stolen ward rune. He attacked in a single, fluid motion. Illyra parried, stalwart under the warded water's glow, but the acolyte's weapon crackled with stolen power, searing her gauntlet. She grimaced, pressing her palm to her side. Rowan leapt into the chamber, dagger flicking. He slashed the acolyte's cloak, revealing the serpent fang sigil. You will not desecrate these vows. Rowan shouted, driving the assailant into the water. With a thrust, he disarmed him and stood on the submerged tablet's slippery runes, forcing the acolyte to falter. Lyra retreated to the archway. Illyra, the tablets keep them away from his reach. She whispered a chiding incantation. A second set of runes beneath the water pulsed, forming a barrier that slowed the assailant's advance. Illyra pressed her sword against the acolyte's throat. "Yield," she commanded. The acolyte's hood fell back, revealing a young man with haunted eyes. He swallowed, water dripping from his chin. "Please," he whispered, "I was paid coin greater than life. Merulur's silver his remit is only to delay." Rowan's blade wavered. "Who is Merulur?" he demanded. The young man's lips trembled. "Merulur of Stormholm, exiled sorcerer, forges alliances with serpentine holdouts. He trades in memories like treasure. I had no choice." Illyra studied the acolyte's face. "You endangered yourself and our future for coin. Yet you reveal truth. Escort him to Lady Rowena. She will decide his fate." She turned to Lyra. "And gather the tablets, every one bearing a bride's ward. We move as one." Securing the ward tablets. Over the next hour, under Lady Rowena's vigilant eye, the memory guard retrieved 12 ward tablets, from Ward of the Ancestors to Ward of the Air, each engraved with runes that sustain the Ward renewal's power. Lined up on a low granite table, the tablets gleamed like fallen starlight beneath the vaulted chapel. Mistress Harlow arrived with leather cases handcrafted to protect the ancient bronze. She and Lyra partnered to encase each tablet, tying them with ribbons of white lily silk. "These must never leave Ravenswood hands," Harlow intoned. "They are more than magic, they carry the heartbeats of every bride, every daughter." Illyra oversaw their work with awe. "Today, we reclaim the past to safeguard the future." She looked to Rowan and Lady Rowena. "Our unity has held strong in tempest and shadow. May these tablets forever be a testament to our resolve." Rowan grinned, sheathing his dagger. "And may no mercenary's greed ever sever the bonds they embody." As they ascended the spiral stair, oak doors laden with warding seals closed behind them, leaving the crypt silent but for the dripping of water and the echo of their footsteps. Above, the courtyard's lilies swayed in a warm breeze, as though in silent applause. A new dawn for the memory guard. Back in the council chamber, the Raven's ledger grew heavy with new entries. Ward of the first bride recovered at Marshland's archive, day 73 of renewal, ward tablets secured, tablets 1, 12. Hunting of the serpentine ambush Silverfen, day 72, acquisition of key to Marshland's archive Willowkeep, day 71. Illyra closed the ledger, her heart swelling with pride. "We have one final task, the Festival of Renewal, held beneath the pillars of remembrance in every branch. There we will inaugurate the ward tablets, forging them into our renewed wards of memory and protection." Lyra's voice rang with excitement. and I will compose the dedication scrolls verses honoring each bride and daughter so that every generation can read and understand the magic they carry." Lady Rowena offered a rare smile. "I will host the festival at Willowkeep, alongside Blackthorn. And ambassador trains have already set out to Ironvale and Frosthall to gather representatives." Rowan clasped Illyra's hand. "Your vision guided us through this tempest. Now let us light the beacon of remembrance that will shine across every land." Beyond the windows, the sun blazed high, banishing the marsh's mist and heralding a new age for Ravenswood. In that bright light, Illyra realized that their greatest victory was not in recovering runes or sealing caverns, but in the unity they had forged, an unbreakable chain of memory, forged by courage, compassion, and the enduring bonds of family and legacy. And so, with hearts bound by vow and spirit buoyed by hope, the Memory Guard prepared to lead the Festival of Renewal, an event that would mark not an ending, but the continual rebirth of a legacy that would never again be shrouded in shadow. The dawn breeze carried the scent of fresh lilies and burning incense as Blackthorn Manor's courtyard filled with guests draped in banners of silver and white. From Ironvale and Silverford, Frosthall, and Willowkeep, envoys arrived bearing tokens of their branches: a shard of glacier crystal, a vial of marsh water, a sprig of mountain heather. At the center stood the newly forged Pillar of Renewal, its 8 embedded tablets glowing faintly beneath a garland of lilies woven by Lyra Torvin. Beyond its light, the Pillar of Memories at Willowkeep echoed in sympathy, visible through enchanted crystal lenses placed in each branch's fortress window. Illyra Ravenswood stepped onto the dais, clad in a ceremonial gown of dove-white silk embroidered with every ward rune they had recovered. Rowan Blackthorn remained at her side, his ceremonial blade sheathed yet gleaming in the morning sun. Lady Mirek, Lady Rowena, Lady Isolde, and representatives of every branch lined the marble steps with proud solemnity. The crowd hushed as Illyra raised her arms. "Today," she proclaimed, voice clear even to the furthest stone benches, "we bind our wards with memory renewed and legacies reclaimed. Each tablet here bears the magic of a Ravenswood bride and daughter woven through centuries of hope and sacrifice. Now, by placing them in this pillar, we unite every branch in unbreakable unity." Lyra stepped forward, unrolling her dedication scrolls. In elegant script she read, "To Celeste Ravenswood, whose love bridged life and death, to Marielle Touché, midwife of hope, to every daughter hidden and redeemed, your memory lights our path." As each line was spoken, the corresponding ward tablet pulsed, weaving silver threads of light among the lilies entwining the pillar. From across the courtyard, the envoy from Ironvale raised a horn carved of glacier quartz. They sounded a clear, resonant note. Frosthall's marble basin of candles flickered in reply. Silverford's river bells chimed, and Willowkeep's hall drum echoed deep. A ripple of magic passed through the gathered, as though 8 hearts beat in unison. Just then, a sudden gale swept through the courtyard. Tapestries whipped, petals flew like motes of starlight, and a low rumble sounded beneath the cobbles. Rowan moved to shield Illyra, scanning the tree lean, but no dark riders charged. Instead, from the shadows stepped a lone figure in a grey cloak, the young serpentine acolyte spared at Willowkeep, now unbound, staff in hand. His eyes, once haunted, blazed with defiance. "Illyra Ravenswood," he called, voice wavering between contrition and fury. You freed me, but did you free a servant of vengeance? Merulor the exiled sent me to reclaim the tablets to shatter your unity. He struck the ground with his staff, shards of rogue runes crackled in the air, seeking gaps between the tablets. The magic surged, threatening to splinter the silver threads. Lyra raised her hands, chanting the counter-unity verse Mariel had codified centuries ago. Her voice wove around the rogue runes, turning their jagged energy into gentle motes of light that swirled harmlessly around the pillar. The acolyte's staff shattered in his grasp. Illyra, Rowan shouted, drawing his sword and stepping forward. Hold fast. He paced to the acolyte, cuffing him firmly. The crowd watched, breath held, none moved to intervene. Illyra descended the dais, standing between the pillar and the acolyte. You chose hatred, she said gently, but we choose remembrance and forgiveness. She offered him a hand, a gesture of mercy that stunned the assembly. The acolyte stared, tears in his eyes, then sank to his knees. May your memory guide you toward light, Illyra whispered, and signaled the guards to bind him with warded iron. A hush followed, then Lady Mirek advanced, placing a protective ward around the pillar that flared like a bloom of silver flames. Thus is vengeance diverted by remembrance, she intoned. Let no shadow ever breach this unity again. Applause rippled through the courtyard like the first warmth of spring. The bells resumed their chime, the banners lifted again, and the festival moved into its second phase, the communal toast of memory. Goblets of elderflower wine passed among every table, each guest naming their foremothers before drinking. Even Lady Rowena, who had once doubted Illyra's vision, rose to speak, to unity forged in truth may the Ravenswood name endure in love, not fear. As laughter and song filled the air, Illyra slipped away with Rowan and Lyra to the rosewood garden behind the north tower. There, beneath an arbor thick with blossoms, Mistress Harlow waited beside a small stone bench. In her lap lay the final artifact, a silver hairpin once worn by the First Lady Ravenswood. The last heirloom, Harlow said softly. It binds the living with the past, a reminder that every bride is both memory and maker of futures. She handed it to Illyra, who placed it in Lyra's hair with gentle care. With this, your legacy is complete. Lyra touched the hairpin as though it were a talisman. I am both keeper and carried my own guardian of memory. She turned to Illyra. Thank you, my aunt, my friend, my light in shadow. Illyra embraced her, Rowan joining in the circle. Together, we guard memory's flame never to be extinguished. Above them, the sun dipped low, gilding the horizon in rose and violet. The distant melodies of the festival drifted through the garden, mingling with the rustle of lilies and the soft rhythm of hope renewed. And so, as the last pillar glowed and the final artifact rested in its honored place, Ravenswood's legacy shone brighter than ever, an everlasting tapestry of remembrance woven by the courage of those who dared to confront the shadows and choose unity over fear, memory over oblivion. Morning light broke gentle and pure over Blackthorn Manor, spilling through dew-laden spiderwebs and gilding each white lily with a promise of renewal. The festivities of the Festival of Renewal had drawn to a triumphant close the night before, but for Illyra Ravenswood, Rowan Blackthorn, Lyra Torvin, and their allies, the true beginning was only dawning. As the first bushels of lilies were gathered to weave into crowns for the morning's peace procession, the courtyard hummed not with revelry but with purpose, the living testament that memory and unity endure beyond any shadow. The peace procession. By mid-morning, the marble steps of the great hall were lined with children of every branch, each wearing a wreath of lilies interlaced with raven feathers. Row upon row of cloaks in soft hues, silver, teal, dove grey, and emerald fanned out like a living tapestry. At the front, Illyra led the procession of memories, her dove-white gown trailing petals across the stone, each embroidered rune on its hem catching the sunlight. Behind her, Lyra carried the final relic, Marielle Touche silver hairpin mounted on a carved ivory stand, while Rowan bore the memory guard's banner, a raven aloft on a wreath of lilies. As they stepped into the courtyard, the assembled guests, noble and commoner alike, fell silent in respect. Illyra raised one hand in greeting and began. Today we walk not as rulers and subjects, but as bearers of a shared legacy. Each step we take honors the brides and daughters whose voices once faded into silence. From this day forth, may our footsteps echo with their courage, our words preserve their wisdom, and our bonds remain unbroken. A soft breeze sent a shower of petals twirling through the air, and the crowd joined in a gentle chorus, humming the archive chant composed by Lyra. Memory's light, we kindle thee in hearts of all by land and sea. No shadow deep, no veil of night can dim the truth of love's own light. The procession wound its way through the pillars of remembrance at the courtyard's edge, where each obelisk glowed with the wards recovered from Frost Hall, Silverfen, the Vale of Whispers, and Willow Keep. As Illyra paused before each pillar, guests pressed forward to lay tokens, a sprig of mountain heather at Ironville's pillar, a vial of marsh water at Silverford's, a carved glacier crystal at Frost Halls, and a feather from a river gull at Willow Keeps. Each offering sealed the unity of the realms in a silent vow that transcended seasons and generations. 2. The Council's final decree. Following the procession, the Council of Remembrance reconvened in the Great Hall for their concluding session. Lady Isolde, resplendent in robes woven with silver lilies, rose to formalize the council's final decree. In ringing tones she declared, "Let it be known that this day the Ravenswood name is reborn. No longer shall brides fear shadows at their threshold, nor heirs tremble behind locked doors. The Archive Pact, the Ward Renewal, and the establishment of the Memory Guard stand as living law, that memory is our shield, unity our strength, and remembrance our eternal gift." Rowan stepped forward to affix his signature with a flourish of his sword's hilt upon the great charter, and Lyra followed, stamping each scroll with the Raven's ledger seal, an interwoven raven and lily in pure silver. Lady Mirek then placed Marielle's testament upon the altar of the Shrine of Remembrance, beneath which the reliquary now held Celeste's locket, the child's swaddling cloth, and the shattered staff. Head of Murin the Wick, fused anew by the silver light of the heart rune. With the charter completed, Lady Rowena, once skeptical, voiced the final assent, "In pledge of my branch's honor, I stand with you all. May the light of this decree guide our families through every storm. Her voice, steady and clear, brought a final chorus of approval from every corner of the hall. 3. A legacy beyond borders. That afternoon, Illyra, Rowan, Lyra, and Lady Mirek stood upon the battlements overlooking the rolling fields of Eastwood. In the distance, the roofs of Blackthorn Manor's ally keeps glimmered under the sun. Illyra leaned on the stone parapet, reflecting on the journey they had undertaken, from midnight rites in Blackthorn's catacombs to ambushes in the Silver Fen, from the frozen vaults of Frost Hall to the secret passages beneath Willowkeep, and finally to the bright peace of this dawn. Lyra, now Lady Torvin of the Archives, drew her ledger from her satchel. The transcriptions are complete, she said softly. Every bride's diary, every midwife's journal, every poem and lullaby has been copied into the Grand Archive. She smiled, the weight of her task lifting. Now, our scrolls will travel to Ironvale, Silverford, Frost Hall, and Willowkeep so that each branch may host its own festival of remembrance each year. Rowan joined them, placing a supportive hand on Illyra's shoulder. What comes next? There will always be challenges, storm seasons, political tides, lingering dissent. But we have seen that memory and unity can weather any storm. Illyra turned to face them both, resolve shining in her eyes. Next comes the education of memory. I propose we establish the Ravenswood Collegium scholars, wardens, storytellers, and guardians trained in the arts of memory preservation, warding magic, and compassionate leadership. They will travel beyond our borders to share what we have learned, to set up archive houses in distant realms, and to kindle the flame of remembrance wherever darkness threatens. Lady Mirek inclined her head, eyes alight with possibility. And the citadel of Sanctuary will open its doors to host scholars, to research ancient covens, and to heal those afflicted by lost memories. Our fields of knowledge will grow beyond borders. Lyra raised her quill. Then let our first entry be the founding charter of the Collegium, signed today beneath Eastwood's sky. Together, they stamped their seals upon a fresh parchment, their sigils interwoven in intricate calligraphy, raven, lily, feather, and staff. 4. A quiet farewell. As evening fell, the festival's final lanterns glowed in the courtyard. Music from wistful harps and soft flutes drifted through open windows, mingling with the sighing breeze. Illyra made her way to the Rosewood Garden, where a small audience of close friends awaited her, among them Lady Mirek, Rowan, Lyra, Mistress Harlow, and the former acolyte turned ward of redemption. Illyra knelt among the lilies, brushing her fingertips through the soft petals. These flowers have borne witness to our trials and our triumphs, she said, her voice barely above the garden hush. May they ever remind us of what we chose, to honor memory, to cherish unity, and to guard our legacies with courage and compassion. Rowan knelt beside her, Lyra and Lady Mirek flanking them. They formed a quiet circle, a moment of reflection amid the bright afterglow of their deeds. Overhead, fireflies danced among the blossoms, a living echo of the silver motes that once guided them through hidden catacombs and flooded vaults. In that serene embrace, Illyra felt the full arc of their journey, the dark rites in the black vaults, the trembling chants in the Vale of Whispers, the terror of stolen runes, and the healing light of remembrance. She closed her eyes, imagining Celeste's lullaby woven into every note of the night breeze, Marielle's vow carried in each rustle of leaves, and the echo of every Ravenswood bride and daughter living on in their deeds. V. A future forged in memory. When Illyra opened her eyes, the circle dispersed, each stepping back to their own path. Rowan slipped an arm through hers. "Shall we?" he asked with a gentle smile. She nodded, rising gracefully. "Shall we?" Together they walked back through the moonlit courtyard, their footsteps silent against the cobblestones now etched with the faint glow of warding runes. Behind them, the newly lit pillars of remembrance shimmered with the memory of every vow, every sacrifice, and every love that had shaped Ravenswood's destiny. And so the story closed not with an end, but with a beginning of festivals yet to come, of collegiums yet to teach, of archives yet to safeguard, and of branches yet to unite under the banner of memory. For as long as lilies bloom and ravens soar, the legacy of Ravenswood would endure, ever vigilant, ever compassionate, and ever bound by the unbreakable light of remembrance. Title: The Everlasting Legacy of Ravenswood Manor. Description: When Illyra Ravenswood arrives at her new home under a blood curse, she awakens ancient nightmares of 12 brides lost to a vengeful spirit. Guided by Rowan Blackthorn's steady courage and Lyra Torvin's hidden heritage, Illyra unravels secret catacombs, recovers enchanted runes, and forges the memory guard to reclaim the heart rune and restore broken wards. From midnight rituals in Blackthorn's depths to daring raids in the Frost Hall ruins and flooded vaults beneath Willowkeep, 20 thrilling chapters chronicle how memory, unity, and compassion become the strongest magic, transforming fear into hope and sealing an unbreakable bond that will protect the Ravenswood name for generations.